Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Platform Engineering Show. I'm your co-host, Alan Schimmel from Techstrong. And let me introduce you to my co-host here on the show, Luca Galente. Luca is with the platformengineering.org community. First of all, hey, Luca, welcome. It looks like from the blurred background, you're home in Milan still?
I'm back in the van. I'm in Madrid now.
Back in Madrid. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, you are the globetrotter, dude. Good for you. So what happened? Last time we checked in on you, you were in Milan. Did you go right from Milan to Madrid, or what's been going on in your world?
Landed this morning.
You just got
taking
in.
the van. Yeah. And I'm taking the van back to Milan. So that's why I'm here mostly. I was going to go to Barcelona. We have some workshops that we're doing, some platform engineering workshops that we're doing on Friday in Barcelona. And I was going to fly there and back to Milan. But then I was like, well, actually, anyway, logistics, but we wanted to bring the van over to Italy. So I was like, okay, let me just land a day earlier, drive to Barcelona, and then drive from Barcelona after the workshop to Milan, which is going to be a long ride. But hey, it's friends in between. So it's going to be nice places to stop by.
Good for you, man. That sounds like a nice road trip. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Luca, so for this episode of the Platform Engineering Show, we're talking about steps to platform engineering hell. And we should say that this really comes out of an article that's up on platformengineering.org, right?
Correct.
And the
we'll
article
link it
is
in
actually
the show notes.
Yeah, we'll put the notes in. The article is actually 9 steps. I don't know if we'll go through all 9 steps, but we're going to have steps to platform engineering hell. But, it's kind of a funny premise, right? Because we're here trying to say platform engineering is a good thing. It's a way out. It's a way to scale it.
Yeah.
Right. Where does it all go wrong here that it could become a hell?
Yeah. So this stems out of this 9 steps of platform engineering article, which actually stems from another article, which was I don't know how many steps to DevOps hell that I had written prior to that. And then it was interesting just to see, because to your point, right? Like everybody was like, oh, great. I just moved from DevOps to platform engineering. All my problems are solved. And then, obviously you start seeing this anti-patterns emerge within the platform engineering practice too, where, well, actually, if you don't do it right, you end up, potentially even in a worse place than where you started. And so I think if we start from the top, the first thing that I see a lot of teams making as a mistake is, okay, let me take, the sort of hodgepodge of DevOps, CloudOps, SRE, infrastructure teams, and just rebrand them to platform team. And it's actually interesting, we started hosting these trainings for organizations to go through from to kind of upskill their team. And one of the things that I see resonates the most with platform leaders is this, right? They say, every time I say this, everybody nods. They're like, oh my God, yes, so true. It's just I inherited this legacy of different teams. Now they all sit under me. They're all part of the platform engineering org, but actually nobody has a clue as to what platform engineering even is, right? And so I think the first mistake down this sort of slippery slope of the down platform engineering hell is this idea of okay, well, let me just rebrand whatever I have in house right now with no upskilling, no retraining, and just hope for the best, right? And that just doesn't work, right? Because you have people that fundamentally approach infrastructure, the way the relationship between developers and infrastructure as well, in a very different way than technically what a platform engineer should do. And so without retraining, without shifting that mindset, it becomes very, very problematic. And that leads right into the second step, which is this product mindset, right? That we've talked about before. We had a full episode on platform as a product as one of kind of the core principles of platform engineering. And that's really, also what's missing a lot of times, because there's no retraining. Building a platform just gets treated as this kind of one and done sort of infrastructure project that's 6 months or whatever. I'm going to teach developers something new. I'm going to implement something new, and then I'm going to move on to the next thing. And of course, that's also a recipe for disaster because, like we said before, previous episodes, really the point of building a platform is that it's an internal product, and it has internal customers, the application developers, or other users as well, security teams, architects, even the infrastructure teams themselves can be users of the platform. So the point is, you have to ship it as a product, implement product best practices, and really think of it as a product, not just from a technical perspective, but also from a business and go-to-market perspective, where your internal market is your internal TAM, the total addressable market, is essentially the size of your engineer organization. And so that mindset shift towards platform as a product is essential, is part of the retraining, of course. It can also help, obviously, having a product person or multiple product people within the platform engineering organization that lead this transformation. It helps if executives understand this and support this change. But at the end of the day, that is another thing where if it doesn't happen, you're setting yourself up for failure, right? So maybe we can start from there, and then we can kind of like dive into other steps too. But I think that's really where we see in the community the first kind of roadblock, and where the trainings and the courses that we've done resonate so much with the market, because everybody understands this idea of like, okay, platform engineering can solve all these problems. Let me go do it. But then if you don't do it right, if you don't upskill your people, it's very easy to get stuck very, very quickly.
Yeah. I think one of the things about that too, Luca, is something you said right off the bat, which is for a lot of organizations, moving to a platform engineering model, we could call it that, right?
Yeah.
Is almost like a lot of recycling instead of creating new, right? And granted that there's nothing the matter with that per se, right? You do want to
Sure
reuse these assets, and you do want to make it all work, tightly. But you can't just put a fresh coat of paint and change the sign above the door and say, voila, platform engineering. It takes more than just a fresh coat of paint and a new name on the door. And I think, I'm guessing, right? You guys have the course. I don't. I haven't taken the course. But I would imagine it has to start off with, preparation is the key to this, right? Having a plan of instituting this platform engineering model across the organization, and working with DevOps and SRE and ops and security and all, right? Everybody's got to get buy-in. Everybody's got to understand what it is. Everyone has to understand what they've got to do differently, or what they've got to upskill on, or how this all fits in. Like anything else, right? Fools rush in where wise men dare to tread, right? You've got to, it's all in the prep, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a few things that you said that I think are worth unpacking. One is this like fresh thing of paint, right? Which is so true. Like this is another huge, I think, challenge that emerges when people are just like, okay, I have a platform engineering band-aid because, my execs read on Gartner that is cool and they should invest in it. And so now I need to go do it, and I need to show something for it, right? And so the first thing they do is they focus on, repainting the facade, really, right? So it's like, hey, let's put like some UI, some portals, something, right, on top of the entire setup, and call it a day, right? And it's like, we've done platform engineering. And of course, the problem with that is that actually, I do think that visualization is an essential component of platform engineering, but it needs to come with a layer of automation and standardization underneath it. Otherwise, what you end up being is you actually get the sort of like the second step of buy-in by executives because they're like, oh yeah, this looks great, right? It looks like we've made a lot of progress and so on, but then actually there's no substance underneath, and then you end up quickly in a place where you're sort of essentially misusing tooling that is meant to be front end tooling to build the entire platform, and you can like shoehorn your sort of like business logic into this front end module and so on, and you end up creating massive tech debt down the line, and that's one of the it's already one of the, I would say, another huge kind of like mistake and kind of like step to hell is this idea of like, okay, start from the front end first, but also and so really not following architectural best practice, right? Like, yeah, I think it's very important to understand that building a platform is just like building any other application. Again, it's just an internal product. You need to start from the back end and then figure out, okay, what pretty facade, what door do I add to my door, to my house, right? You don't want to start, as we said before, from like the house and the window, from sort of like the doors and the windows, and then kind of like add, the walls and the foundation after, right? So I think that's like a very, very important thing to avoid. And then to your point, right? It's about planning. So this is where I think one of the most significant standards that have emerged in the community in the last couple of years have been this reference architectures for enterprise grade platforms. Why? I mean, I don't know if if you remember like 2-3 years ago when people started talking a lot about platform engineering, like in places like KubeCon and so on. I remember, 3-4 years ago, I had to explain to virtually everybody I met, okay, what is platform engineering? What do we mean by this? What do we mean by that? And then, a couple of years ago, there was this clear inflection point where you could, first of all, everybody was talking about it and everybody was interested, but then also you could finally have a real conversation about it because there was this visualization, which again, it's why I think it's so important to visualize things. There was this visualization of what a platform target architecture can look like, right? And all of a sudden people had a common ground to have that conversation and to think about, back end, front end. Okay, what do we mean by this? How do these security tools interact with our platform? How do observability tools interact with our platform and everything else, right? However, I also think it's important to mention that, so, like the lack of a plan is certainly another step to hell, right? But then I think there is a subtle step right after that, which is, okay, I have this beautiful target architecture that I want to build against. Great, let's go build it. And then the mistake that people make is, okay, let me try and do everything all at once, right? And build this like amazing platform layer that is super secure, that has all observability built in, that is making everyone happy, right? And that's I think one of the big problems here is because platform engineering initiatives touch so many different stakeholders, it's very easy to fall into the trap of trying to please everybody. And that is a sure recipe for failure, in my opinion, because I think the way we should approach it is, we've talked before about this idea of minimum viable platforms, really taking, again, this like product management best practices of starting small and iterate from there. But what starting small means is it both from a technical estate perspective, right? So selecting 1, maximum 2 representative applications and their respective dependencies and start from there. But then also start with like one team and especially one set of stakeholders, right? If you're trying to, make the application developers, the infrastructure people, the security people, the architects, the executives, try to make everyone happy at the same time, it's very, very, very hard to keep momentum and traction for your platform initiative. Whereas I think, I don't know if we've spoken about this before. I know you and I have offline, but we've I think it was actually part of the predict 2025 predictions, right? This idea of the Pareto efficiency, right? Which is similar to the 80-20, the Pareto principle. But there is a subtle difference, which is interesting, I think, which is essentially is, you know, in layman's terms, like, don't piss anyone off, right? So which is like, okay, you need to make life better for some people, right? And you know, in the case of developers, that's where we restart the conversation. The DevOps hell, it's easy, right? Like right now they're waiting for like 2 weeks to get a database provision by their ops colleagues. Like, to make that 10x better, it's easy. You just cut it in 2 minutes. It's like self-service. So that is a 10x. But then it's important that that doesn't come at the expense of, you know, getting your security folks mad because now you're making things less secure, or, you know, whoever else, right? Like infrastructure people now are mad because, you know, you didn't build your platform right. So it actually now self-service means developers can just like click a button 100 times and create 100 different resources that then you know, infrastructure people need to deal with. So like, those are the type of things where it's like, make sure that your platform really makes life easy for somebody, but doesn't, you know, is at worst a net neutral for everyone else, at best a net positive, but it's never a net negative. Because the moment, even if it's like a 10x better for few people, for few stakeholder groups, but even just like a minus 10% for somebody else, you can bet that somebody else is gonna, you know, like put up a crazy fight to stop this thing. And it's a strategy of the commons, right? That this like large enterprise or transformation run into, because, you know, it is better for the organization anyway, but that person doesn't care because that person is now 10% worse off. And you bet they're going to fight, they're going to give up their life to block this platform initiative. And that's kind of just the reality that we live in, right? You're dealing with humans. And so just to kind of like put a bow on that, I think that's the last thing I would say is, another huge mistake is just like looking at this as a technical problem to solve, which is very natural for engineers, as opposed to this like multi-stakeholder complex cultural problem, which is really a human problem that we've talked about many, many times. And that's the sure way to failure, in my opinion.
I mean, look, I'm sitting here laughing. No, but I'm sitting here laughing because, we were talking before the show today about the Google migration going on here with Techstrong and Futurum. And that's kind of where I'm at, right? It's more than a minus 10% for me. It really kind of
yeah, sounded
rips
like
at me. Yeah, but I don't care how good it is. It's just not, I'm going to not accept it so quickly, and they've got to make it right. But I think that's a good lesson. And quite frankly, there's a DevOps lesson too. It's not just about the technology. It's not just about the technology. Right. It never is. First and foremost is people, culture, right? Because you can, it's a lot, it's pushing rope uphill to get people to accept technology or a process that they don't buy into. If they don't buy into it, this is 30 plus years in business, right? 35 years in business. I've run into this not just in IT, but in general. If your team doesn't buy into what you're selling, right? What you want them to do, it's pushing rope uphill. You don't want to, it's shoveling sand against the tide. You're just not going to win, right? You got to win them over.
Who is pushing back on DevOps, right? Because to your point, it's a similar, it's like a cultural change, right? And, I feel like looking back, it feels like everybody was agreeing, but I'm sure like not everybody was agreeing, right?
So up here, everyone was agreeing, sitting around the campfire singing Kumbaya, right? But the fact of the matter is it's the same people, and I'm not dissing anyone, but a lot of engineers and folks say, yeah, that culture stuff is all fine and dandy. What CI/CD tool am I using here? Are we going to GitOps from Jenkins? So, Jenkins. And what's my plugin and what's that? And that's what it's about. It's about moving, shifting security left. I don't care, but we're the testers. We don't need no testers. I'm using this new testing product, right?
Yeah.
That's automated. And so like they give their mouth moves when they talk about people and culture, but at the end of the
They
day,
don't mean it. Yeah.
it was about the tools, all about the tools. And
Yeah.
and it can't just be all about the tools. I mean, I'm sorry, but tools are important, don't get me wrong, but I don't even know if they're the most important, right? I still think people is where it's at. And we're up and moving, right? We're progressing down this platform engineering on the road to heaven, stairway to heaven. What could go wrong that makes the U-turn, after the train left the station, right? What else? Where else can we go wrong here?
Yeah, well, I think it's the same things, it's just like a later stage, right? So I do think that getting off the ground is the hardest thing. And what's also interesting is, I think it's important to understand like platform engineering is mostly a enterprise thing, right? Or at least like mid-size sort of like engineer organization and up, right? Because that's where the problems that platform engineering solves are most badly felt. And so, and so it's important to, I think, mention like you basically in these situations, in these companies, you never start greenfield. Like there's always an existing legacy brownfield complex enterprise thing that you need to deal with. And so it's not like you're kind of starting this platform engineering initiative in a vacuum anyway, right? So even if you're starting new, you need to start wherever you are. And then if you already are on track, it's actually, because I'm seeing it where I go in and I do these trainings with like large enterprises, and some of them are really at the early stages of their platform journey. Some already have like a platform team of like 200-300 people. And granted, some of them are just rebranded, right? And they need training. But some of these people are proper platform engineers that have been building platforms for years. Like they know what they're doing. But the challenges are very similar, which is like, how do I get adoption? How do I get buy-in from different, stakeholders, whether it's executives or others? And so you're just at different stages of it, right? Which is why, like, the way I think of platform engineering initiatives is, you have this like MVP phase if you're at the very beginning. Then you have this kind of like production readiness, right? When you want to go from like, okay, you've proven the proof of concept all the way to, okay, let's go to production with the first set of applications and the first one or two teams. And then once you're there, you go from production readiness to all the way to full scale adoption, right? It's like, okay, we're going to go to the entire organization. And every step of the way across that journey, you have, basically just like a permutation of the same set of challenges, right? Which is like, how do I convince people? Right. And maybe like the first time is like, well, how do I convince the first team? And the first team is like, you probably want to start with like a, pioneering team, how we call it in the community, that is like, the team that are like more comfortable with like new technologies, new setups, maybe the first one that implemented Kubernetes and containers back in the days, or infrastructure as code and Terraform and stuff like that, right? The one that you use to, effectively like stress test new paradigms. But so the set of challenges that you need to solve for them is radically different than the set of challenges that you need to solve for the nth team, which is, the laggards effectively within your market, within your organization. And they, they're not, so with the firm, or maybe you need to figure out, okay, what is the right way of, obstructing this underlying complexity while still giving them control, because obviously they're the people that like control. They're the people that like, their infrastructure, to like being able to get their hands dirty. They like their Helm charts, whatever. And then the latter, the last group, that can just be like, well, we don't care. We're very happy to click around, but it's like, it needs to meet us exactly where we're at because we're super lazy. And I don't want to, jump into another interface or anything else, right? Which anyway is best practice. Like you should always meet developers where they're at and the users in general. But, so, and it's the same thing for executives. It's a very different thing that, at the beginning you're asking for, like $500,000, 2 million, whatever, depending on the size of your org. When then you're asking for like, 30 million because you're scaling this up, you're now you're no longer 10 people platform team, you're like 100 people platform team, right? So, and so it's like, how do I keep realigning my platform engineering initiative to their priorities as their priorities change as well, right? Because it might be that last year their priority was employee retention. This year is, I need to cut my bottom line or increase my bottom line, right? Like whatever, right? So it's like, and again, and it's always this like constant cultural play of like, as the organization evolves as this like complex organism, how, does the platform evolve with it as it grows within it?
Luca, let's step back for a second, though, right? I was reading an article the other day, and it was like a crazy number, like 70% of IT initiatives are not successful. They don't necessarily fail and maybe end up in hell, right? But they're not, if this is the bar for success, they don't make the bar, right? Hell maybe is down here. Is there a similar thing in platform engineering adoption curves where maybe we don't quite get to hell, but maybe we're in purgatory, right? For a time where, we didn't get to heaven per se, and we're not in hell, but we're somewhere in between.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think that's I think that's the natural state of most things in the enterprise is this kind of like stuck in the middle, right? Of like, because it's just so hard. It's, you have, at the beginning, it's easy because maybe it's easier, right? Because you have this like set of pioneers that are like driving change. They're really passionate about it, right? And then it's like, okay, and you see that's why I think it's very, very important to think about it through the lens of a product, because you see the same thing with any product that goes into any market, right? Where it's like, okay, it requires, it's a different thing to get your first million revenue than, your first 100 million of revenue, and then your billion of revenue after that. And it's like, how do you evolve across all those things? And so, and it's so easy for, and so how many unicorns do you get? Very few, right? And the reality is that most people, end up on some like tens of millions of revenue, and that's kind of like where everybody's happy, right? And so I think that's also the thing is like, you also need to keep have an intrinsic and extrinsic motivation to keep driving this forward, where, maybe the head of platform who's so passionate about your platform engineering initiative is content now with having onboarded like your first like 10-20% of estate, 20% of teams, out of like 10,000 developers. That's already like a huge success, and kind of like happy days. And they moved on to the new, better paid role or the next company. And so like it, and then there's no driving force. So I think this stuff is normal, happens all the time. And this is also why I think, at the end of the day, the more successful platform engineering initiatives that I see are prioritized across the, throughout the sort of like chain of command, all the way, especially to the executives. Because, when it is like, it's something that really, yes, you need to consider developer adoption. Yes, you need to consider like all the different user preferences. But at the end of the day, I can tell you and this is where I think it also becomes not just like a interesting cultural conversation within the organization, but especially like also across like actual cultures like we traditionally define them, right? So like across different countries and different regions in the world and so on, where, I think we said this before, but there are clearly like platform initiatives and, more top-down cultures are more successful, because they're just top-down imposed and that's it. That's what we do. Period. Like there's no conversation. It's not a discussion. It's just what we do because we're a regulated bank, and the developer doesn't have much of a say, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's the ideal state, because every organization is sort of different, although not as different as they think they are. Everybody thinks they're like a special snowflake. But at the end of the day, having that, if you can have that top-down thing, that's where I think you can really drive and sort of like, hit escape velocity and kind of like get to the entire company. Otherwise, it's just you're going to be relying on how good that particular leader is within the organization, and how motivated they stay throughout the hassle of it, right? And then it's just like a founder. Like, is a founder happy with like a 10 million valuation or 100 million valuation, or are they one that kind of like shoots for the stars, right? So it's a little bit of that. And I think even more complex because, you just add an entire politics layer within these organizations that I think you don't have actually. If you think about like, I mean, you've done a lot of startups. I'm doing my first one, but it's like the you actually have a cleaner discovery mechanism with the market, because I'm selling something. If they like it, great. If they don't like it, I need to change, right? Like, whereas within an organization, when you're building an internal product, the feedback is not that direct, is not that instant, and you have all this sort of like derailing. CIO says like, actually, we need to do AI now, right? So like, that's actually what happens, and so like, I think it's even easier to get lost in all of this and just go like, look, we're 30-40% of the way there.
You don't get clear signal, right? When you're selling to consumer or even a B2B, as a startup, you're a small organization, customers tell you yes, no, maybe, I don't like this, I like that. When you're going internally, there's the politics and there's just no clear signal. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But it's an important thing that you mentioned here, and I've seen this over and over in enterprises through my career. Call it the orphaned project or the orphaned, movement, where
Right.
a charismatic guy or gal high up the food chain, this is their baby, they're going to push it through, and then either they lose their mojo, right? They don't have that kind of juice to put it through, or they leave the company, or something else happens, and now all of a sudden, without that top down push, all the naysayers come out, all the people who said, I never liked that. I never wanted to do it. They made me do it. I'm not on it. I'm not on board. You get that a lot. And, this was an interesting thing, again, paralleling the DevOps journey. This was a huge discussion in DevOps is, can you do bottom-up DevOps? Can the developers and ops people say, hey, this works for us, right?
Yeah.
And the long and short of it was, you can get some bottom up, but you always need air cover.
Right.
If you're just going to do one little team over here, off on the side, you don't need necessarily an exec buy-in. But if you're going to do it at an enterprise scale, try to do it organization-wide without air cover. I have a good friend, Gary Groover. He used to run software for HP printer division, and then for Macy's, the retail company. And he's written a few books on this, right? On why you need top down air cover.
Yes.
You need executive sponsorship for anything like this. I mean, it's just
and all the way through, right? It's like it's like a lot of people, like when they talk about, if you zoom out politics to the micro level, right? Where it's like, China has this like multi 5-year plans, right? And like, we're stuck, and it's a little bit like that, where it's like, yes, like capitalism is a great discovery mechanism, right? But then then you have this like mutations of it where it's like crony capitalism and all these things, right? Where it's like politics, it gets meddled with politics, and then it actually becomes a less good discovery mechanism or, progression engine actually, than if somebody just says what we do, right? So it's, I think about this a lot because it's very interesting. And at the end of the day, organizations are not democracies either. Like they're not meant to be, right? There's like somebody that just decides, and then they just like, and that's how it works. This is why, when you have like nimble teams, it works. There's somebody that just takes a call. It's what it is, period, and it might be right, it might be wrong, but at least you're moving, right? And then, as you grow, you lose all of that, right?
You know what they say, democracy is the most the best of the worst form of
Correct.
government because it's so inefficient like that.
Yeah.
And there is times when, a more structured kind of this is what we're going to do path
The
does
Navy.
work.
There's no
Yeah,
democracy in the Navy. Yeah.
there is none. Anyway, hey Luca, we're about out of time, man. I want to
Yeah.
thank you for joining us today. We
Thank
we
you.
we have the URL for this article. You can go check it out. We'll be back on with some more people. We're working here on the platform. We're very excited. And you're headed in the van on the way. Well, you're going to Barcelona, then Milan with a lot of
Yes.
stops in the way.
Yes.
We'll catch you on the road for the next episode.
Will do. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, man. Thank you. Thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this. This is the Platform Engineering Show. Do check it out on your favorite platform. Platform, not platform. Your favorite podcast platform. Apple, Spotify, whatever. You can get it on Techstrong TV or any number of places online. Until next time, though, this is Alan Schimmel and Luca Galante for Platform Engineering Show. We're out. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Platform Engineering Show. One of my favorite podcasts. It's one of my favorites because my co-host is my friend Luca Galante. Luca is in Sicily today. Part of doing this show is just to keep tabs on where Luca is in the world. So it's good to see you, Luca. How have you been, man?
Yeah, it's good to see you too, Alan. I'm great. Sicily, I'm probably gaining like a kilo a week, like solid.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, like literally
Really?
yesterday I went to like see this house that I'm checking out, and like literally next door there's this guy that's making fresh ricotta cheese, and it's like 9 a.m. and he's like, no, you should try. You need to try, and it's like it's still warm from the milk because it like milked the cow that morning, and it's like,
Oh,
you
God.
need to try. You need to try it right now, and so it just gives me like a spoon, and I'm just like 9 a.m. I'm eating like an entire ricotta cheese. And that's just like, it's like this, constantly, like people just come around. There's always food. People just just feed you all the time. It's the best food, but it's like, it's
Yes,
hard
it is.
to stay strict on the diet.
So I got to tell you, when we went to Sicily, and like you, I did a lot of, the street food in Palermo, just the arancini, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
you can live on those, but
Yes.
but yet we came home and we didn't gain any weight. Maybe it's because we were walking so much, but the food is so healthy there. Especially you live in Europe, so you're used to that. In the U.S., we don't. Our food is it's not all non-GMO. It's not all organic. It's not all as natural. It's a lot more processed.
A lot more poisoned. Like I have a lot of friends. It's not the first time I hear this. I have a lot of friends in the US. Every time they come, right, there's like, they come to the same thing like you. It's like, man, I'm eating gelato all the time. I'm eating like all this pasta, which is all carbs, like pizza. Like, how is it that I'm losing weight? And it's just,
it's the truth. It's not only that, this isn't really anything to do with platform engineering, but I have friends who are like, here in the US, they're gluten intolerant. They don't have celiac, but they can't really handle gluten. But yet they go to Italy and they have, the good semolina pasta there.
Yeah.
They don't have any gluten problem with it. So it's something about the way the fertilizers they're using, the insecticides, something
entire supply chain. Yeah. Exactly.
It's true.
It's very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Mm.
Yep. Anyway, but we could talk about Italian food, but Stanley Tucci already did a great show on series on that.
He's great. He's so great.
Yeah.
And he just like the way he does it is,
absolutely. That's an amazing. My wife and I watch that over and over again. We make notes
really good
when we go visit. But we want to talk today about platform engineering, right? And we're at sort of a little intersection here. We just finished Cloud Native, which is a big platform engineering of you know, it's not all platform engineering, but platform engineering was a major player this year.
Yeah.
I think it was the largest, not zero day, they don't call it, but the, you know, the mini conference day with the like Tuesday of KubeCon week, they all have all those little conferences. I heard the platform engineering was the biggest one of the ones there. We've got Platform Con coming up in just about 2 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So much going on in this space. But there's also a lot going on with the evolution of platform engineering, right? Like everything else, I think in life is things go from simple and they get a little more complex, right? As you layer in stuff. And that's happening in platform engineering. You can't just be a platform engineer. Well, you can, but there's kind of specializations that are subspecials, you know, popping up.
Yes.
Luca, you've got your thumb on the community. What are you seeing?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's you framed it really, really well. It's I think we're at an inflection point right now where, you know, platform engineering is moving past kind of this core platform engineer persona, which first defined themselves as kind of like different from, you know, DevOps, SRE, infra, cloud ops, right? And it's like, well, you know, platform engineers, and we spoke about this before. It's a lot about this like product mindset and about, you know, treating your customer, your developers as customers, you know, and so on. And so that was kind of like the first step of like building, I think, this identity. I think the interesting thing that we're seeing in the community now is that it's that identity is now start like growing and bifurcating into some more specialized identities, sub-identities, if you will, especially as platform engineering is really becoming this new DevOps, is really becoming this new kind of like enterprise IT layer that's sort of like sucking in people from all sorts of walks of life, from, you know, data engineers to observability people, security teams, and so on. And everybody, and we see like one of the fastest growing segments in the community is data engineers. And so clearly like people are trying to figure out, okay, what can this platform engineering thing do for me? And the other way around, it's like, okay, we are seeing top performing engineer organizations are already thinking of this as one unified layer of, you know, data, you know, because I think like in most organizations it's still very siloed of you have data and ML stuff over here. And of course, with all the AI craze that we talked about yesterday, it's you know, it's growing very fast, but it's still kind of like in this bubble. And then there's all the, you know, traditional kind of like infrastructure DevOps side of things over here, right? But of course, you know, I think what we see is top performing orgs already think of it as just like one unified layer because, of course, why wouldn't you? It's just like all converging into the same thing, and kind of just like one platform that serves different types of users, from app devs to, you know, data scientists and MLIS users, all the way to eventually more abstracted, you know, any business user, really, right? And so I think as part of that, people are trying to figure out, okay, how does, you know, data engineering, for example, and platform engineering combine? And what we're seeing is the emergence of this like sub-specializations around data platform engineering and security platform engineering and DevX platform engineering, infrastructure platform engineering, and so on. And I think that's very, very interesting. And in fact, we're restructuring the way we sort of like organize the content from a community standpoint as well, along these lines of these different streams and these different personas.
I agree. But as we were talking off camera, I saw a similar development in the DevOps space over the years, right? Where you used to have, you know, when it first started, everyone wanted to hire a DevOps engineer, even though no one really knew what was a DevOps engineer. Is that someone who worked on Chef and Puppet? Is that someone who did Jenkins? Or is, you know, later on, was that someone doing GitOps? And then, like, as it matures, you start realizing it's very hard to be a jack of all trades, right? Master of none. There are specialties that you do. you mentioned security. You know what? So as a security person, it's always the same story. Sooner or later, security gets involved. Usually later than sooner,
Yes.
unfortunately.
Yes.
But
Yes.
you think security is coming in now and making an appearance in platform engineering?
Yeah, 100%. And we see people like Checkmarks and like I've been talking a lot to like Chain Guard and like a bunch of others. They're like really looking at this and they're realizing, okay, platform teams are, from a vendor standpoint, are at the very are in most cases becoming like a core persona, and at the very least, they're like heavy influencers on the budget, right? Around this like security tooling. And I think, it's interesting because I've always thought that, to your point, security tends to get always involved, sometimes too late, often too late. And often it has this like blocking role, right? Of like, no, like actually we can't really do this. It's not secure, yada, yada. Which totally makes sense. I think the interesting thing that I've seen a lot of times when it comes to platform engineering is that when a platform is well designed, actually security teams not only don't block it, but actually they kind of like quickly become like champions in favor of it, because they're like, hold on a second. You're telling me that this, again, if we can get more into the details, but really, if you design a platform well with like a proper backend, really well thought out sort of, golden paths, effectively what you're doing is, developers can move faster, which is what everyone else finds sexy, without breaking things, which is what security teams find sexy. And so not only like, I think not only that, if you take that a step further, you realize that a well-designed platform actually is a sort of like automatic enforcing engine that drives security by design across your teams, across your workflows, and it really, and it really benefits everybody that's involved. So I think that's the interesting thing of like the intersection of security and platform engineering, where really, I think from the get-go, even like 2-3 years ago, before this like security platform engineer was a thing, or that's now starting to emerge, it already, I think, was a very natural fit. And now it's only getting more obvious, I think.
Yeah. You mentioned Chain Guard. I don't know if you saw, they announced today a $356 million D round.
Today.
Oh, wow. The day
That's
we're recording this. I don't even remember what date it is.
23rd of April.
April 23rd. April 23rd. $356 million round D. That's a huge amount of money in today's world. So clearly they're on to something there. But you mentioned that they're calling them security platform engineers, right? This has always been a problem that plagues security, is that the security people, security people deeply care about security, right? And we tend to create tools and processes that if you're a security person, it makes a lot of sense, right? We understand from a compliance point of view and from a best practices point of view why you do this.
Yes.
I think the problem we run into is whether we're talking about developers or DevOps people or ops people or maybe even platform engineers, they look at it and say, why? Why? You're just slowing things down. This makes no sense. I don't see the connection.
Yeah.
How are we bridging that in platform engineering, Luca? Is it by having the security people as a platform engineer? Is it by educating the platform engineers and they become security platform engineers? But the security people are, in other words, the security people aren't becoming platform engineers. The platform engineers are becoming more security aware.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great question. And exactly, like what we're seeing is like, as platform engineering is maturing and platform teams are maturing in their practice, they go beyond the, okay, everything I care about is, building a delightful developer experience and making developer faster. But they start realizing, okay, what are the second, derivatives of this, right? Okay, I need to worry about, all the security. And of course, it's not like that they weren't thinking at all about it before, but they're maturing in their approach to it. And I think like a big part of that is also taking it step by step, right? Like as you roll out a first platform to your developers, and we talked before about the importance of minimum viable platforms, and taking this like typical product management approach of like starting small, getting early wins, and then iterating from there. In the early phase, security usually is less important, and it should be, because if you need to make an MVP that's like ultra secure and ready to cover all the possible edge cases in production, you're not doing an MVP, and it's going to take you forever, right? So, and in general, like internal developer platforms at the beginning, when they're nascent, they're really focused more on dev and staging, right, as environments. Then as they mature, right, you get to production, and then of course you need to be, sort of like bulletproof and really solid on all security fronts, right? And I think to your point, yes, I think I really see this like sort of like double path, right? Like on the one hand is platform teams becoming more security aware and growing, and this is why we're now like, we see this emergence of the security platform engineering as a sub practice. And by the way, this might seem like esoteric terms that we just come up with, but like if you look at, for example, infrastructure platform engineering, which is slightly more established, right? It's been around for like 6 to 12 months top. It's already in 7 different hype cycles from Gartner, right? So these are things that like seem like small differences, but then they really become like established practices. And you're already starting to see a lot of people that are calling themselves DevX platform engineers and infrastructure platform engineers, because that's like 12 months ago, people started talking about it. Now we're starting to talk about reliability platform engineering and security platform engineering. I can guarantee you in 12 months from now, you'll see that on LinkedIn profiles, right? That's just like as a side note. But I think to answer your question, I think the other way that you see this conversion is honestly just by following best practice, right? So beyond just the maturation and the evolution of the people working in platform teams is also, well, like, look, actually, if you design a well-designed platform, right, which is beyond just like, hey, let me do like some front end, let me do now some LLM because it's the latest, cool thing, and just plug it on top of the existing workflows, but actually design the platform from the ground up, which means starting from the back end and really have a well-designed back end with, good business logic, good RBC, role-based access control, and all these things built in. Then you realize that actually security is again a second derivative, but it's a second derivative that's just automatically enforced by the platform by default, right? Across all these different workflows. And so I think those two things, like more awareness by the actual people doing platform engineering and then following best practice, is ultimately how you see security and platform engineering converging as disciplines.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Observability. I don't know if you saw this, but some folks are starting to reach out to us now. Observability is a thing, obviously, right? I mean, open telemetry, I think, is the second biggest CNCF project. There's a lot of buzz around observability. So observability, it's really becoming like a platform engineering, like DevOps, like SRE. It's becoming a singularity, if you will, right? Its own thing, not part of other things. But yet, as you know, it's to me, it's a part of DevOps. To me, it's a part of platform engineering. To me, it's a part of security, right? Yeah. How do you think that plays out, Luca? Specifically, the platform.
Yeah, observability is super interesting to me because for a few reasons. One, I totally agree with you. Like, I think it's it's clearly still just like a subset of, DevOps, platform engineering. And I think most people look at it that way. Yes, it's grown very, very fast. And, you have massive companies like Datadog and so on. So clearly it's his own niche, but it's a very, very big niche. And, if you go to a place like KubeCon, probably the biggest booths out there are all like observability folks, right? So, and security. So clearly, it has a very valid kind of niche. But I think specifically when it comes to platform engineering, it's very interesting because a huge part of platform engineering, what we've discussed before, has been this like front end thing, right? This idea of like, well, building a platform is just like building an application. You have a back end, you have a front end. And we've said before, right, like a lot of platform teams, I think, make the quick mistake of starting from the front end because it's a quick win. And then they figure out, okay, actually now I need to build all this thing. And what we just talked about with security, right? Like if you have like a well-designed platform, you start from the back end. That's where all the security best practices go, all the configuration flows go on the infrastructure side and so on. But the observability is interesting because it's merging very clearly with this like front end layer of the platform, right? And so if we're thinking like portals, right? Like at the end of the day, when we're talking about like platform front ends, we're really talking about portals, right? Things like Backstage, which still has 95% plus market penetration when it comes to portals. They're really the only game in town. But what do you know? Like Datadog has now launched a portal, right? And there's some other observability vendors that are following suit very quickly. So and like of course it makes sense actually, right? Because again, you think of this like observability vendors, they're like growing really fast, like we said, and they're like owning more and more things. Why wouldn't they own this sort of like portal layer on top of the platform, right? And I think that's another very, very interesting development that we're seeing that I think like we weren't really, thinking about if you go back like 1 or 2 years. I think the vast majority of people are still not thinking about it, but it's happening. And that's kind of like the work that we do in the community is trying to spot these trends and kind of like pinpoint them to people. And that's why there's going to be soon an update to the REST architectures that have been such a, essential part of the community of the platform engineering space and how people think and talk about the platforms that they're building to one another. And so we had this like REST architectures 1.0, I'd say, that came at PlatformCon 23 2 years ago. And I think by the time PlatformCon 25 comes around in a couple of months, we're going to have the 2.0 version. And I think there's going to be some interesting updates, especially when it comes to the observability plane. So I'll keep it there.
I think we dropped the teaser right there. Yeah. So we don't have a lot of time left, but I've got one observation on observability. All right. I think AI is going to change what we think of as observability, and the players in observability and what we do in observability is going to get turned on its head with AI, with agentic AI, already with generative. I think it's really going to like have observability take off, right? Because you're going to be able to do so much more, so much easier.
Yeah.
And so I would start getting ready your ref architecture 3.0 AI version or something, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah, for sure.
Look, AI is going to do all of these.
The thing is as with AI, for sure, we are seeing an acceleration across all these different things, right? Security is changing, observability is changing, platform is changing, the whole DevX layer is changing, right? And again, like they're merging because it's like, okay, now a developer can not only self-serve infrastructure through an LLM, and this type of stuff, but also can query the system. And so you have this whole like observability layer that's also built into the same interface. So yeah, I definitely see us just working harder and harder just to keep up with how the landscape changes and how best practices evolve accordingly. Yeah.
It's a crazy time, man. It's a crazy time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Luca, we're about out of time. Um, how long are you going to be in Sicily?
One more month, I think.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
you're there. So for our next show, you'll also be in Sicily. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
eat
I
too
will be. I
much
will be. Maybe I'll
cottage
show up
cheese,
at
yeah?
Arancino. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I
The
did mention.
triangle one.
Yeah, exactly. And I did mention PlatformCon, by the way. I think by the time this drops, we're gonna have the not so early bird that's gonna be about to expire at the end of April. And we will share like a special community code with the platformengineering.com and Techstrong community. So also stay tuned.
We'll have that out there, and this will air before the end of April. This will probably air, I'm going to guess by the 24th, something like that.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, no, the 25th maybe. Something like, or the following Monday, but we'll get it out there. Stay tuned for those codes. Luca, enjoy. Don't eat too much there. For now, this is another episode of the Platform Engineering Show. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel, and we are live, L-I-V-E, live in New York City at PlatformCon in-person day here in Midtown Manhattan. You know, PlatformCon's been going on all week, right? So today's Thursday. It actually started Monday, and like the last two PlatformCons, it's actually a virtual event. And there's, I don't know, 40,000 people registered for the virtual event. But what's interesting this year, they did it a little bit last year, but they really expanded this year, are the in-person PlatformCon days that kind of blend in to make a hybrid. So there's one in London, which was earlier yesterday, and of course now today here in New York. I am thrilled to introduce you to Preeti Soma. Yeah?
Yes.
Preeti is SVP Engineering at Temporal, one of the sponsors and exhibitors here today. And we're going to talk a little bit about PlatformCon and whatever else we want to talk about. So thanks for joining us, Priti. Thank you for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having me here and having PlatformCom live in New York City.
Yeah.
Because I've always wanted to stay on camera live in New
From
York City.
Right? So
Right?
say live from New York.
Live from New York City.
It's Thursday afternoon.
Correct. And this is more exciting than anything else, right?
Exactly. Very
but-
cool. I didn't think that's very good.
But hello, everyone. And my name is Preeti. I have been in engineering for longer than I would admit, and have been sort of on the platform journey throughout my career. So I started off at Oracle, building platforms there long before they were called platforms. Spent some time at VMware. Again, building platforms at Yahoo, which was a ton of fun. Yahoo was where...
In the days, Yahoo
Right.
was where it was happening.
Exactly. And at Yahoo, I was responsible for both building and running. And so that's where I think I was really hooked. It was sort of my... the challenges that running platforms at scale with open source and all of the complexities that all the various Yahoo businesses had kind of really hooked me.
Yeah.
And from Yahoo, I went to a tiny company called HashiCorp at that time.
Absolutely. No.
I had used Packer, Vagrant, and Terraform when I was at Yahoo, and I was fascinated by this platform shift happening again to sort of the infrastructure as code elements, and landed at HashiCorp, spent 5 years there, really building out the product. I've been running engineering throughout, and then went to Temporal. And as sort of a fun fact, we were using Temporal at HashiCorp as well.
Really? I didn't know that.
So part of our platform team at HashiCorp was using Temporal, and in fact, Terraform Cloud is also using Temporal. And that sort of, Temporal was just this really fascinating technology and kind of brought together a journey of both building and running platforms with like a platform product as well.
I love it. So how long have you been at Temporal then?
I've been there for 2 years.
Okay.
Yes.
So you left HashiCorp about 2 years ago. That was before the IBM deal, obviously.
Correct. I left about a year after the IPO, took some time off and recharged and landed at Temporal.
Very cool.
Right.
Yeah, no, I knew Mitchell. I know Mitchell,
course.
and obviously running DevOps, founding DevOps.com.
Right.
Some of the other sites, we followed the space for a long time. How would you describe Temporal to our audience?
Yeah. So Temporal is essentially, our mission is to shield developers from all of this complexity around running code that cannot fail. Now, that's a really loaded term, right? Code does fail, but what we do is we make those failures inconsequential. And so what we have found is a developer, a platform engineer who is building something is spending a lot of their time. In fact, some studies would say more than 50% of their time building kind of the scaffolding around all of the error conditions. And the magic of Temporal is that we just do all of that for them and they just focus on their business logic.
You would think a lot of people would like that.
Yes, absolutely, and we're seeing that. We are an open source project. Our business model is to deliver it as cloud hosted, and we've seen an incredible amount of adoption. The product market fit is really tremendous, and our ethos has been to build this with the developer at the core of everything we do. And so the attention to detail around the developer experience is just incredible. We build idiomatic SDKs. We've got 6 or 7 languages. As of late, we're seeing Python sort of overtaking all of our other languages pretty quickly. And we'll talk a bit about AI, I assume. But it's that focus on the developer that has really resonated, and we're seeing a lot of adoption.
So when you say you sell it as a hosted cloud, So is it like a SaaS multi-tenant hosted cloud service that you offer, or you manage it on clouds for clients? Like if I want to run it on AWS, we
Right.
do temporal on AWS. Want to run it on Google Cloud, I do temporal on Google Cloud as well.
Yeah. So we run the service.
You run it.
We run it, and customers have the choice to create kind of. We provide a logical construct called a namespace where your workflow sort of orchestration code runs, and that namespace customers can run that either in AWS or Google Cloud. One key thing I want to mention is that our security model is incredibly elegant because what runs in cloud is, think about it, is like the brains of the orchestration. The actual code, the SDK code, it runs in your own infrastructure. So we don't actually see any like
Your own code.
exactly. And so that's actually one of the
So
reasons why
you've got the
adoption-
logic out here, but
Right.
the IP, if you will, is down here.
Exactly. And so the SDK
That is elegant.
exactly, that your code essentially is just waiting for instructions from the cloud around tasks and steps and retries and like all of this logic that makes your code sort of failures be inconsequential. And this security model, the elegance of it, honestly, I think is one of the main reasons as well. You know, first developer focus and second security model that has really helped with adoption.
It almost turns the classic cloud security conundrum on its head,
Right.
which is I got to trust this cloud provider to keep my stuff secure,
Right.
right? Because I only see it. It's like I only see the top of the iceberg.
Right.
I don't see the rest of the iceberg under the water.
Right.
And that traditionally has been a problem in cloud security, right?
Absolutely.
So this is saying, no, what's on the cloud, even if it did get broken into, it's just logic.
Exactly.
It's not the IP, it's not the data.
It's not the data. And you know, the big thing it also does is because customers, developers are outsourcing reliability to us, it clearly means that the temporal system itself must be really, really reliable, right?
Yeah.
And so what we wanted to do is make sure we don't burden customers with running like this reliable service that has state at scale. And so we take that onus on, and it's a responsibility we take really seriously. Our company values are reliable and developers. And so anytime we have to think about making any trade-offs, you know, reliability is the number one thing. We'll go slow on features, but reliability we never compromise on.
Got it. So we're here at PlatformCon.
Yes.
This is I think the third year for PlatformCon. It's obvious why Temporal, I think, would say, hey, platform engineering is probably a good vertical for
Right.
us. It's a good target audience. But what at some point rubber meets the road and reality meets conjecture. What has been your experience, Priti, at PlatformCon?
Yeah, it's my first time, and honestly, it's great. First and foremost, I think just the sheer number of people, the community, the questions coming up, the sharing of lessons learned, all of those pieces. You know, I'm so glad that I understand this is the first time in New York City. I'm so glad that the conferences come here, and there is sort of a venue to actually sort of engage and talk about a variety of topics. And also it's clear that platform engineering is sort of continuing to be challenged. Like, one of the things I've seen in my career is like the bar just keeps getting raised on platform engineering, and I think it's high time that there was sort of a conference and a venue sort of dedicated to how that bar is shifting at the moment as well, right?
You know what I find interesting? I'm of an age, right? Like you said, you've been in this longer
too,
than you
yes.
care to admit. You talk to a lot of the people here, and they'll tell you, well, platform engineering's new. relatively new thing, right?
Yes.
DevOps wasn't scaling and cloud native, and we needed platforms.
Right.
Well, you and I both know we've had platforms
Right.
for a very, very long time.
Right.
Where does old meet new, new meet old here? Right? It is, I mean, look, I remember being a younger person, and some older people would tell me, oh, there's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
Well, there are. Things change. There is
Right.
new. There is innovation. But how much of what you see and hear at the platform engineering, at PlatformCon,
Right.
and what you do every day at Temporal represents sort of really new, or is it, let's call it evolution,
Yeah.
built on what you've been doing for a while now?
Yeah, that's a great question. Fun fact, when I was at Yahoo back in 2013, the name of the organization I was part of was called Platforms.
Really?
Right. And this organization, my boss, reported directly into Marissa, who was the CEO at that time,
Remember?
right? So even back in 2013, this concept of platforms and platforms being kind of at the same hierarchy as other functional organizations existed, right? Now, I think for me personally, I tend to look at like what are the problems and how we're solving them. I tend not to get caught up too much on like the terminology. So I'm not an idealist in that sense, right? And I think in terms of the where does old meet new, I feel like, especially at this moment in time where we are seeing like another technology shift happening, and how does, for instance, AI help with platform engineering? But the old part here is it's the same pattern. It's not going to mean platform engineering isn't relevant. It just means that the work we do is at a level that is higher. Similar to, for instance, looking at Terraform, it was you went from shell scripts to GUIs to as code, right? And that was, you were solving similar problems, maybe at different scale, but the technology made your life easier.
Yeah.
And I think that is where the same old patterns kind of continue. You know, how does platform engineering's life become easier? How do you look at higher level constructs that abstract out some of the more repetitive things you were doing? To me, that's been like a common thread across all these years, right?
Agreed. You mentioned AI briefly.
Right.
You just in passing. Look, AI's influence and disruption is profound, right?
Right.
And I do mean disruption. It's more real in some areas than other areas today.
Right.
Eventually, I think it'll be across the board, but today it's up and down, it's spotty. In terms of platform engineering and what you're seeing in Temporal, how is AI, is it really having an effect yet? And
Yes.
if not, when?
I think there's a couple parts to that question. One is for Temporal itself, we are getting a lot of interest from existing customers and new ones that have like AI initiatives going on. And the main reason why this is happening is, at the core of it, when you think about building an application on AI, the orchestration is like a very core component. Handling failures, stringing together LLMs and tools. These are like the constructs that a workflow and an orchestration engine solves. And Temporal has had the privilege of solving that for years in like a production battle-tested environment. So one category of things we're seeing is definitely more and more adoption of Temporal in building AI, because those core constructs around orchestration are very relevant. On the other side of the house, the second part is on platform engineering. There's a couple interesting things. One is we ourselves are experimenting with using AI for things like run books. And, like just there's a certain number of repetitive things that AI would be great at.
Absolutely.
Let's do that. And that's where we're seeing some really interesting sort of patterns emerging, and we're seeing value. And then I think the third part of it is I have seen some sort of new companies popping up around using AI for observability.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Well,
or
even the
config.
established observability companies are
Correct.
using.
Tools. But I would encourage folks to actually even just play with the code gens or the document. Like one kind of old is new thing that has not changed is finding information.
Doesn't mean you should.
Right.
And I think that will be a sign of the maturity
Right.
of AI, is that you pick the right use cases where it shines.
Exactly.
Don't try to just AI everything,
Right.
because then you're going to have failures, and then the people will start saying, oh, this doesn't work, this is a lot of hype, it doesn't live up to it. Well, no, it's at the end of the day, it's still a tool, and you
Right.
got to use the right tool for the job.
Yes, exactly.
And that's something that I think we'd all do well to remember. It may not do everything.
Right.
Doesn't have to. Find the right.
Absolutely. And experiment. And I'll share another fun fact is within engineering, we do like a sprint showcase every 2 weeks, and it's open to everybody in the company. We've added a section in that sprint showcase around like the experiments with AI I did last week. And it's open to anyone in the company to come in and talk about, what LLM they use, what tool they use, what was the problem, just like
Absolutely.
we're building those learning circles. And it's been amazing to hear about like just some of the ideas people are coming up with.
This has spawned more creative juices
Right.
into ideas than
Right.
anything I remember since the internet going
Right.
commercial. But again, I think we'll have to see where that comes down.
Yep.
Prithvi, we're almost out of time, Prithvi. But you know what we didn't mention?
Yes.
The Temporal website.
Yes. So temporal.io is our website. And as I mentioned earlier, we are an open source project. We have a community Slack going. We also have, whoops.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. And of course, GitHub, check us out on GitHub, right?
GitHub.com/temporal.
Temporal.io.
Temporal.io. There
Yeah.
you go. Prithvi, I want to thank you for sharing and our experience here at PlatformCon. Keep up the great work. We'd love to, we do this a lot, not just in person. Anytime you want to let us
Sounds
know.
great. It's been a
Hi, everyone. I'm Alan Schimmel, and you're watching the Platform Engineering Show. Let me introduce you to my co-host. Where is Luca today? But Luca Galente. Luca, how are you?
I'm good and still in Sri Lanka. So I haven't moved.
Still in Sri Lanka, but a different background.
Different background, yeah. It's a hotel room. I was hoping there was going to be a table. Instead, I'm like in a like closet holding the computer.
Okay, well,
But,
you know,
yeah.
it's blurred, so you can't see. But all right,
Yeah.
we won't make you stand too long, hopefully. But where are you heading from? We'll do a little travel update.
A little
Sri
travel
Lanka, where-
section. Yeah, we should have our own like travel segment every time, right? And then
Follow
like,
Luca.
no, so yeah, Maldives for the next 3 days, and then Japan. So the next time I think we're going to speak is going to be from Japan.
Very cool. You know, I would like to. That's the place I haven't been to either. Is Japan. I was thinking about going for the KubeCon there in June. I just don't know. I've got a lot of travel in May and June. I've got the RSA conference, and then I'm doing a trip to Italy myself, and we'll see. Anyway, let's talk platform engineering, though. Yep, it's been, we are hearing more and more and more about platform engineering, but what I'm encouraged about is you used to just hear platform engineering, right? It was like this monolith, if you will. Like all encompassing. But now, as it's been maturing more. It's more widely accepted in the market, and people are understanding it. We're looking at the different aspects of platform engineering because it's not a monolith like anything else. When you get up close, you find out there's different pieces of it. Today, we want to talk about MVP, not most valuable player, and not minimum viable product, but minimum viable platform. Luca, educate us. What do we mean by that?
Yeah, and I think your intro was spot on, right? Because I think the minimum viable platform framework is a great example of, I think, broadly the platform engineering space really maturing, especially in the last 18 to 24 months, where, we've spoken before about reference architectures and how those have been like a big game changers for the community and the space broadly in terms of really helping people visualize, okay, what does an enterprise grade internal developer platform actually looks like? But the issue with that was that then people had this kind of like target architecture that they wanted to build. And it's like, okay, let's go build it. And they wanted to build it all at once. And that's where a lot of teams got stuck. In fact, I would say the majority of platform engineering initiatives that I've seen dying was mostly because of a loss of momentum, right? At the end of the day, as we said, right, like platform engineering is very complex org transformation that touches all these different stakeholder groups. So you need to convince, the app devs and the security teams and the architects and all these people. And you go person A, B, C, D. By the time you got to person Z, person A forgot about you because it's been 6 months, and and that's how you lose momentum. And so the minimum viable platform framework was kind of developed from the community to help with that and to make sure that you follow this minimum viable product, approach, right? And this is also, I think, an interesting thing that we discussed previously, right? This like idea of platform as a product as one of the foundational concepts of the platform engineering space. And again, the moment you look at your platform as a product, as an internal product that you're developing, you automatically unlock all these, product management best practices that we've all learned in the last couple of decades. And one of those is MVP, or minimum viable product, which applied to the platform is just the minimum viable platform. And the idea there is to look at these reference architectures, right? And instead of trying to build everything at once, you really like focus on a subset of that reference architectures. And the idea is to really iterate quickly on it and keep getting more and more buy-in from the stakeholders. So you don't have to focus on all the stakeholders at once. You don't have to focus on all the different sides of your infrastructure, on all the different aspects of your applications. You just strategically select different parts of that and then show value there first and then iterate from there.
Excellent. Well, there's a lesson here I remember from DevOps as well. When DevOps first came on, it was very rare that you'd have sort of an enterprise-wide DevOps rollout. Mm-hmm. I used to say DevOps got done in bubbles. And if you've ever seen like soap bubbles or bubbles in the bath when you're a kid, maybe not when you're a kid if you like bubble baths, but you get a lot of little bubbles, and when those bubbles touch on each other, they become a little bigger, and then eventually you get those big bubbles, right, that you could catch. It's the same thing when you look at how DevOps spreads in an enterprise. Generally, it starts as little bubbles. There's a little project here, a little project there. But it's the same thing with minimum viable platform. An important part of it is momentum, right? No one wants to go with a loser. Everybody wants to be with the winner. So if you can build some small wins, you get some wins that people can point to and say, hey, look, it works. Hey, look, it helped us do that. It made that go faster. It made this more secure. People want to give me some of that. I want some of that good stuff, right? I want that, right? Or more of it. And that's how you get buy-in across an enterprise. That's how you get those bubbles, right? Exactly. Creating bigger bubbles.
Yeah, and I think it's very important also to, figure out what is it that people want, right? Because again, if you're trying to make everybody happy, that's really hard, right? So you should really just focus, okay, what are the one or two stakeholder groups that are really crucial for this initial phase to prove value? And then understand, okay, what do they want? Because, if I go to developers and talk about we're going to cut time to market with this MVP, they don't care. It's not something that they necessarily think about, right? But, executives care about that. Application developers might care about reducing waiting times, right? And so you just need to understand, okay, what are those two initial wants and desires that I'm going to target with this MVP? And then to your point, create those first bubbles, right? And then go back to them and be like, look at these bubbles. They're great. They're shiny, right? And then they're like, all right, I want more of those. And that's when you start adding more and more and more. And that is why, so just taking a step back, right? The MVP framework is a framework because it has very specific sort of different phases of it, right? Particularly, there's 4 phases. There's a discovery phase, and this is why I think this discovery phase is so important, and is exactly to do what we just said, right? To really map out what are the desires of people, what are the challenges that I want to solve. And again, I think a lot of people, a lot of platform teams get stuck in, trying to have this very quantitative, measurable type of things that they want to improve on. I think especially in the MVP phase, it can really be qualitative, right? We've talked about before, of hey, it can literally be hey, person X is spending 20% of their time on, fielding ticket ops, or, it approximately takes us a couple of weeks. Anyway, this waiting time is really long. It sucks, right? And so that can be the starting point. And then you just go back to the same stakeholder and look, now you don't have to wait weeks. You can, it's instant, or you just need to wait a few minutes or a few hours, right? That's already an insane improvement. And then from there, you build on top of that and you professionalize and you get, more secure in everything. And so this is why that first discovery phase is really, really important. Then the second phase is, so it's discovery, then integration, which is really, basically, hooking in all the different parts that of the sub part of your reference architectures that you decided to target with your MVP. If you for people that are familiar with that, otherwise we can also link it somewhere in the show notes. The reference architectures have 5 different planes, right? A developer control plane, which is effectively the front end of your platform, an integration delivery plane, which is the back end. Then you have a resources plane, which is, all the infrastructure that your platform sits on top of. And then you have a security plane and observability plane. In most successful MVPs that I've seen, people mostly focus on the first three, right? You need some front end, you need some back end, and you need some resources. You should keep all those things to a minimum. You probably don't really need, security or observability in the first phase. You obviously need to design with that in mind, but a first MVP doesn't need to show, ultra secure anything, right? Because it's just an MVP. It's working in dev, like there's no production workloads on it and so on. So and so that's really like the integration phase is about integrating those different pieces that you've kind of like singled out. Then you start deploying your first applications, right? And that's where you see, okay, everything is working. And then number 4 is the sort of like demo time, right? Which is also very, very important because it connects back to phase 1 where you first went to people and like, hey, what do you want? Then you need to now go back to them and it's like, hey, I actually did what you wanted, right? Or close to it. And that's where the loop, starts, the flywheel starts going.
The infinity, yeah.
Where the magic happens, yeah.
So, when I hear you describe this, Luca, to me, I think one of the most important things, and you know what? It's a lesson I've learned over and over and over again in 35 years of doing tech work. Defining success is important. And a lot of engineers, I guess it's the way their brain is wired, they define success exactly the way you said, right? It has to be some metric, some KPI that I measure, right? And it's like, I improved, mean time to remediate by 38% or whatever. Yeah. But sometimes success is a feeling as much as it's a number, right? Sometimes it's a success is just, hey, I'm getting more done, I feel like, or I've got a better life balance. I've got, there's a lot of ways of defining success. The important thing is that everybody agrees on what the definition of success is, right? And then when you get to stage 4 and loop back, you can say, okay, this is what we said success was going to be. Here's the reality, right? And do they match up?
Yeah. And this is why I think platform engineering is so challenging for that kind of profile of engineer, right? Is because really, much more of a cultural challenge than a technical challenge. And the problem is that a lot of times it gets approached as, a 98% technical challenge and maybe like 2% of culture thing like sprinkled on top. And it's really almost the other way around. Like I've never seen a platform engineer or broadly this type of org transformation, fail because of a technical choice of like this technology over this other technology. It's always because you didn't convince the right people, you didn't get developer adoption.
There wasn't a meeting of the minds on what's success. And to define it. I think another big problem, though, and I'm interested in your take on it, Luca, is the M, the minimum part.
Yeah.
Right? It's like a Goldilocks. Sometimes it's too minimum. Sometimes that minimum is like a maximum, right? I think it's important to really, it's got to be meaningful, right? It can't be trivial. It's got to be meaningful, but it's not supposed to be the whole enchilada. You know what I mean? It's minimum. How do you balance that?
Yeah. So I think, again, if you follow the framework, the idea is that, the MVP needs to be representative, right? And sort of like repeatable as well, like to your point of the bubbles, right? But, it also doesn't have to be a bunch of different things, right? It doesn't have to work for high compliance scenarios. It doesn't have to cover any advanced architecture. It doesn't have to do any sort of like advanced resource configurations, right? And the problem, to your point, is that, platform teams and engineers have this tendency of like slipping things into it, because it's cool, because you never know, and at the end of the day, I think it's just like, I've seen, successful platform teams really going through this process of almost, the samurai sword folding thing, right? Where it's just every time you cut it in half again, and you just ask like 10 times, like, do we really need this? Do we really need, two different databases for this to be a representative? Do we really need, all these different, different policies as code? No, and every time, and it's amazing because even teams that I think like consider themselves like quite frugal in terms of like, picking this like minimum set, end up like cutting another 50% of fat, basically, by just asking it enough times. And so I think that's where it's important to either have somebody external as you're going through that has experience doing this, or have like a really strong platform product manager internally that really keeps asking the same questions over and is not afraid of asking the same question over and over again, even if it's to like very experienced engineers. And it's like, no, but are you really sure, right? And then like really pushing the envelope internally.
Absolutely. Wanted to ask you about another thing here. When we talk about minimum, MVP, what is the team behind it? I think we're all familiar with the Amazon 2 pizza concept, right? If more than 2 pizzas, it's too big. Spotify has sort of the squad or whatever it was called. Remember, what's the right size team for a minimum viable platform engagement, or is it just really varies?
You mean team, the platform team? Yeah. So it definitely varies, I think, on this, depending on the scope. I think for me, what's important is not necessarily the size, but that there are different roles, or at least different functions clearly represented within the team, right? So as an example, right, and we can also throw up this sort of like really nice bubble-like visualization of platform teams and the different stakeholders around it. But in general, you have 4 key functions, like the head of platform, the platform product manager, and then what we call, and it's funny because they're really like emerging now as like very defined roles by Gartner, for example. There are job ads that are having this title, which are infrastructure platform engineer and developer experience or DevX platform engineer. And the point is, you don't need 4 different people with those 4 titles. A lot of times, the head of platform is doing the product role or the other, or vice versa. And in some cases, you just have a platform team of like 2 or 3 people. And so like everybody's like kind of like covering all bases. In some cases, you have like a platform team, there are like 100 people. And then it's not even that you have 4 different people, you have like 4 different, or like you have like many different teams and product teams, and each team has like those roles represented one way or the other. So regardless of the scale, the important thing is that there is this, I think, these functions that interface themselves with the different stakeholders. So, the head of platform is really responsible for selling this thing internally, ultimately, right? And so, getting the executive
selling up, down, or both.
Yeah, mostly up, I would say, right? So really like to executives, to but also across to like legal and compliant, like architects to an extent. And then you have, and I do think that the line between the head of platform and the platform product manager is quite blurry, right? But then you have the platform product manager that is, I think, the most important role, right? Because it's really about mediating all the different inbound requests / vested interests of all these different stakeholder groups, right? So you need to, balance all this stuff. And it's really, I think, the most critical one, and also the most in-demand role and the hardest to find, I think, right now in the market. And then you have this like DevX and infrastructure platform engineer. And I think the differentiation there is really important to have. Again, not necessarily as a title, but at least as an area of focus for different people, or even for the same person, but it needs to be like a very conscious, like, okay, I need to cover both of these things. Why? Because I think a lot of platform teams have this tendency to over-optimize, over-index on DevX, because ultimately the end user of the platform is the application developer. And so, okay, that's the whole point of the platform. But if you don't connect your platform engineering initiative to the to the overall infrastructure, and you don't sell it to your infrastructure and operations teams, it's doomed, I think, or very, very quickly, right? So that's where it's very important that you have, yes, the DevX platform engineer that maybe comes from that background to really build a tight feedback loop with developers and, find the right level of abstraction, the right level of context, the right interface to the platform for developers. But then it's very, very important that somebody's building, together with the infrastructure and operations team, the connection of the platform to the underlying infrastructure stack, right? And also that is selling effectively the platform to the INO teams as a way of effectively, hey, this is a vending machine layer, basically, right? For you to provide your infrastructure to the rest of the organization in a much more productive way, where you don't have to fill ticket ops and getting annoyed, and everything is like standardized and automated by design, yada yada, right? So whether you have different people, 200 people or two, the important thing is that you're, consciously thinking about those different...
have those roles.
Yeah.
It's important that those roles are, those are kind of indispensable roles. Let me ask you a question, Luca. When you say, DevX or working with developers, it's in today's world, it's not just the guy who's maybe coding, but is like, for instance, the QA person, the test person. Right? They have a real stake in this too, because they've got to test all this stuff. Right? Hopefully before they deploy it. But but on the platform nevertheless. So would the dev person also work with, like, for instance, QA or security testing, or other people along that CI/CD journey, if you will, who are involved in the pipeline? Or in the factory, right? These are all factory. If you think of software as a factory, these are all the people working in the factory.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now, we're still in the phase where I think software, most of the times, like we spoke about in the first episode, is produced as if you were in this like craftsman type of like boutique, thing. And so I do think as we're getting more industrialized as an industry, then you will lose touch points, or rather the touch points. We had this like really interesting conversation with Kelsey at PlatformCon 24, where he was talking about this, like, silos are a good thing, and all these people got mad. But the important thing is that you have like a platform layer in between the silos that facilitates that communication whenever it's needed. But the point is, it's not needed all the time, right? And I think that's ultimately what then increases, to your point, the developer experience, and frankly, everyone's experience, right? Because you don't have to, you just remove all this friction from the system, right? You can like focus on what you do best, what you want to do. Like, you want to code, you don't want to necessarily, spend 30% of your time configuring stuff. And so then you can do that. And then when you need, edge case or whatever, then, you have like off path options beyond whatever the platform normally mediates.
Yep. Let me shift gears a little if we can, Luca.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say we follow the 4 steps and everyone says, great job, bravo, let's take it to the next level. What comes after MVP?
So the way we think about it, whether with our products or in the community, is production readiness after that, right? Because really, the MVP is not meant to be production ready. So it's really meant to like basically get everybody, rallied up. It's like, yes, this is great. We can totally see the benefit. Let's invest more time. Let's invest more money. But really, more than anything, let's invest more time and resources, right? Because that's the hardest thing to get in enterprises. Is not necessarily the extra money. It's just like, you can invest an extra like $200K or whatever. But if you don't have the developers who are keen to actually keep working on this, it's not going to go anywhere as an initiative, right? So that's really the main thing. And so then the next phase is really, okay, how do we, and again, it's like a very structured kind of like production readiness checklist, basically, of like, okay, what are all the things that you now need to make this first minimum viable platform actually ready? And again, this is very important because here again, we're not talking about, okay, bring your entire, software estate or cloud native setup, to production readiness. It's again, just like one subset, usually one or two applications with a subset of their normal dependencies, but they're now, production grade, right? And that's really where you start getting the traction of like other teams looking at, okay, they're, that team is actually deploying all the way to production, and it's taking like 30-40% less. And then that's where you go back to your bubbles of, then you grow from there. And so then from there is, the third phase will basically be production readiness to, sort of like full rollout.
Cool. Hey, we only got a few minutes left, but I want to kind of wrap a bow around this for people watching. We mentioned the reference architectures, and they're all available on platformengineering.org, right? Free, you can download them. The MVP framework is also available on platformengineering.org. You're free to anyone there to download and ask questions from and stuff like that. Speaking of people who have questions, does the community Slack from platformengineering.org? I forget, is there a Discord server now too, or is it just Slack?
Just Slack. Yeah.
This is the way to go. While we're at it, we were talking earlier about KubeCon and some of the other events coming up. Obviously, PlatformCon is next June, so we're still maybe 6 months, 5 months out of that. But for KubeCon, for people who want to be involved in the community, you have you guys have an event going on. You want to just let people know about it?
Yeah. The big party. And I'll just say before that, on PlatformCon, that's, also people can just go register now, platformcon.com. These reference architectures, we launched the first time, the first talk about them was at PlatformCon 23. Last year at PlatformCon 24, already 20+% of all the talks had these reference architectures as a blueprint. So I'm expecting that to grow even further. And actually, we now started building on platformengineering.org a repository of all the talks / articles / new community contributions of people that want to share their reference architectures for their platform. And so it's starting to grow and it's becoming a really interesting library. So I recommend people checking that out as well. The party is House of Cube, so you can go on houseofcube.com. I don't think the design. I think the design is going to be updated by the time the people listen to this, which is a new branding for the event, which is really cool. It's something that started as a joke in Valencia.
These things often do.
Yeah, because we just wanted to do like a better, more fun party. And it's basically grown to be this like unofficial opening party for KubeCon. We're expecting over 4,000 registrations for the London one. And we've actually taken out like a proper club. And I can't say who it is, but we have actually one of our front-end engineers is a it's a like literally globally famous DJ. He's a resident in one of the best Berlin clubs, travels every week to like, Mexico, India, whatever, just plays like big shot. And he's actually going to headline, although not with his normal DJ name because he can't use that.
Okay.
But he's gonna headline the event. We've been basically saying about, hey, this is like a techno party, and then every time because it's still like a party attached to like a working conference. So we always did it, but not all the way. This way, this time it's
we're doing it this year.
We're going all the way. It's like a proper warehouse, proper DJs. So it's gonna be fun.
Very cool. Houseofcube.com.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Hey, Luca, enjoy your last few days there in Sri Lanka. Enjoy the
Thank you,
Maldives.
Alan.
We'll catch you in Japan.
Yeah.
Where we'll be folding samurai.
Exactly.
Steel.
Exactly. You'll catch me
it takes steel to make steel, right? All right. Luca Galente, platformengineering.org. or here on the Platform Engineering Show, whether you're watching this on Techstrong TV or platformengineering.com or Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever. We hope you enjoy it. Subscribe to it. Until next time, this is Alan Schimmel and Luca Galante. We're out. Hi, everyone. I'm Alan Schimmel, and you're watching the Platform Engineering Show. Let me introduce you to my co-host. Where is Luca today? But Luca Galante. Luca, how are you?
I'm good and still in Sri Lanka. So I haven't moved.
Still in Sri Lanka, but a different background.
Different background, yeah. It's a hotel room. I was hoping there was going to be a table. Instead, I'm like in a like closet holding the computer.
Well,
But, yeah.
it's blurred, so you can't see. But all right,
Yeah.
we won't make you stand too long, hopefully. But where are you heading from? We'll do a little travel update.
A little
Sri
travel
Lanka, where-
section. Yeah, we should have our own like travel segment every time, right? And then
Follow
like,
Luca.
no, so yeah, Maldives for the next 3 days, and then Japan. So the next time I think we're going to speak is going to be from Japan.
Very cool.
Yeah.
You know, I would like to. That's the place I haven't been to either. Is Japan. I was thinking about going for the KubeCon there in June. I just don't know. I've got a lot of travel in May and June. I've got the RSA conference, and then I'm doing a trip to Italy myself, and we'll see. Anyway, let's talk platform engineering, though. Yep, it's been, we are hearing more and more and more about platform engineering, but what I'm encouraged about is you used to just hear platform engineering. Right, it was like this monolith, if you will. It was all encompassing. But now, as we're starting, it's been maturing more. It's more widely accepted in the market, and people are understanding it. We're looking at the different aspects of platform engineering because it's not a monolith like anything else. When you get up close, you find out there's different pieces of it. Today, we want to talk about MVP. Not most valuable player, and not minimum viable product, but minimum viable platform. Luca, educate us. What do we mean by that?
Yeah, and I think your intro was spot on, right? Because I think the minimum viable platform framework is a great example of, I think, broadly the platform engineering space really maturing, especially in the last 18 to 24 months, where we've spoken before about reference architectures and how those have been like a big game changers for the community and the space broadly in terms of really helping people visualize, okay, what does an enterprise grade internal developer platform actually looks like? But the issue with that was that then people had this kind of like target architecture that they wanted to build. And it's like, okay, let's go build it. And they wanted to build it all at once. And that's where a lot of teams got stuck. In fact, I would say the majority of platform engineering initiatives that I've seen dying was mostly because of a loss of momentum, right? At the end of the day, as we said, right, like platform engineering is very complex org transformation that touches all these different stakeholder groups. So you need to convince, the app devs and the security teams and the architects and all these people. And you go person A, B, C, D. By the time you got to person Z, person A forgot about you because it's been 6 months, and and that's how you lose momentum. And so the minimum viable platform framework was kind of developed from the community to help with that and to make sure that you follow this minimum viable product, approach, right? And this is also, I think, an interesting thing that we discussed previously, right? This like idea of platform as a product as one of the foundational concepts of the platform engineering space. And again, the moment you look at your platform as a product, as an internal product that you're developing, you automatically unlock all these, product management best practices that we've all learned in the last couple of decades. And one of those is MVP, or minimum viable product, which applied to the platform is just the minimum viable platform. And the idea there is to look at these reference architectures, right? And instead of trying to build everything at once, you really like focus on a subset of that reference architectures. And the idea is to really iterate quickly on it and keep getting more and more buy-in from the stakeholders. So you don't have to focus on all the stakeholders at once. You don't have to focus on all the different sides of your infrastructure, on all the different aspects of your applications. You just strategically select different parts of that and then show value there first and then iterate from there.
Excellent. Well, there's a lesson here I remember from DevOps as well. But when DevOps first came on, it was very rare that you'd have sort of an enterprise-wide DevOps rollout. Mm-hmm. I used to say DevOps got done in bubbles. And if you've ever seen like soap bubbles or bubbles in the bath when you're a kid, maybe not when you're a kid if you like bubble baths, but you get a lot of little bubbles, and when those bubbles touch on each other, they become a little bigger, and then eventually you get those big bubbles, right, that you could catch. It's the same thing when you look at how DevOps spreads in an enterprise. Generally, it starts as little bubbles. There's a little project here, a little project there. But it's the same thing with minimum viable platform. An important part of it is momentum, right? No one wants to go with a loser. Everybody wants to be with the winner. So if you can build some small wins, you get some wins that people can point to and say, hey, look, it works. Hey, look, it helped us do that. It made that go faster. It made this more secure. People want to give me some of that. I want some of that good stuff, right? I want that, right? Or more of it. And that's how you get buy-in across an enterprise. That's how you get those bubbles, right? Creating bigger bubbles.
Yeah, and I think it's very important also to, figure out what is it that people want, right? Because again, if you're trying to make everybody happy, that's really hard, right? So you should really just focus, okay, what are the one or two stakeholder groups that are really crucial for this initial phase to prove value? And then understand, okay, what do they want? Because, if I go to developers and talk about we're going to cut time to market with this MVP, they don't care. It's not something that they necessarily think about, right? But, executives care about that. Application developers might care about reducing waiting times, right? And so you just need to understand, okay, what are those two initial wants and desires that I'm going to target with this MVP? And then to your point, create those first bubbles, right? And then go back to them and be like, look at these bubbles. They're great. They're shiny, right? And then they're like, all right, I want more of those. And that's when you start adding more and more and more. And that is why, so just taking a step back, right? The MVP framework is a framework because it has very specific sort of different phases of it, right? Particularly, there's 4 phases. There's a discovery phase, and this is why I think this discovery phase is so important. And it is exactly to do what we just said, right? To really map out what are the desires of people, what are the challenges that I want to solve. And again, I think a lot of people, a lot of platform teams get stuck in, trying to have this very quantitative, measurable type of things that they want to improve on. I think especially in the MVP phase, it can really be qualitative, right? We've talked about before, of hey, it can literally be hey, person X is spending 20% of their time on, fielding ticket ops, or, it approximately takes us a couple of weeks. Anyway, this waiting time is really long. It sucks, right? And so that can be the starting point. And then you just go back to the same stakeholder and look, now you don't have to wait weeks. You can, it's instant, or you just need to wait a few minutes or a few hours, right? That's already an insane improvement. And then from there, you build on top of that and you professionalize and you get, more secure in everything. And so this is why that first discovery phase is really, really important. Then the second phase is, so it's discovery, then integration, which is really, basically, hooking in all the different parts that of the sub part of your reference architectures that you decided to target with your MVP. If you know, for people that are familiar with that, otherwise we can also link it somewhere in the show notes. You know, the reference architectures have 5 different planes, right? A developer control plane, which is effectively the front end of your platform, an integration delivery plane, which is the back end. Then you have a resources plane, which is, you know, all the infrastructure that your platform sits on top of. And then you have a security plane and observability plane. In most successful MVPs that I've seen, people mostly focus on the first 3, right? You need some front end, you need some back end, and you need some resources. You should keep all those things to a minimum. You probably don't really need, you know, security or observability in the first phase. You obviously need to design with that in mind, but you know, a first MVP doesn't need to show, you know, ultra secure anything, right? Because it's just an MVP. It's working in dev, like there's no production workloads on it and so on. So and so that's really like the integration phase is about integrating those different pieces that you've kind of like singled out. Then you start deploying your first applications, right? And that's where you see, okay, everything is working. And then number 4 is the sort of like demo time, right? Which is also very, very important because it connects back to phase 1 where you first went to people and like, hey, what do you want? Then you need to now go back to them and it's like, hey, you know, I actually did what you wanted, right? Or close to it. And that's where the loop, you know, starts, the flywheel starts going.
The infinity, yeah.
The magic happens, yeah.
So, you know, when I hear you describe this, Luca, to me, I think one of the most important things, and you know what? It's a lesson I've learned over and over and over again in 35 years of doing tech work. Defining success is important. And a lot of engineers, I guess it's the way their brain is wired, they define success exactly the way you said, right? It has to be some metric, some KPI that I measure, right? And it's like, I improved, you know, mean time to remediate by 38% or whatever. Yeah. But sometimes success is a feeling as much as it's a number, right? Sometimes it's a success is just, hey, I'm getting more done, I feel like, or I've got a better life balance. I've got, you know, there's a lot of ways of defining success. The important thing is that everybody agrees on what the definition of success is, right? And then when you get to stage 4 and loop back, you can say, okay, this is what we said success was going to be. Here's the reality, right? And do they match up?
Yeah. And this is why I think platform engineering is so challenging for that kind of profile of engineer, right? Is because really, you know, much more of a cultural challenge than a technical challenge. And the problem is that a lot of times it gets approached as, you know, a 98% technical challenge and maybe like 2% of culture thing like sprinkled on top. And it's really almost the other way around. Like I've never seen a platform engineer or broadly this type of org transformation, you know, fail because of a technical, you know, choice of like this technology over this other technology. It's always because you didn't convince the right people. You didn't get developer adoption.
There wasn't a meeting of the minds on what's success. And you know, to define it. I think another big problem, though, and I'm interested in your take on it, Luca, is the M, the minimum part. Yeah. Right? It's like a Goldilocks. Sometimes it's too minimum. Sometimes that minimum is like a maximum, right? I think it's important to really, it's got to be meaningful, right? It can't be trivial. It's got to be meaningful, but it's not supposed to be the whole enchilada. You know what I mean? It's minimum. Absolutely. How do you, you know, balance that?
Yeah. So I think, you know, again, if you follow the framework, the idea is that, you know, the MVP needs to be representative, right? And sort of like repeatable as well, like to your point of the bubbles, right? But, you know, it also doesn't have to be a bunch of different things, right? It doesn't have to work for high compliance scenarios. It doesn't have to cover any advanced architecture. It doesn't have to do any sort of like advanced resource configurations, right? And the problem, to your point, is that, platform teams and engineers have this tendency of like slipping things into it, because it's cool, because you never know, and at the end of the day, I think it's just like I've seen successful platform teams really going through this process of almost the samurai sword folding thing, right? Where it's just every time you cut it in half again, and you just ask like 10 times, like, do we really need this? Do we really need, 2 different databases for this to be a representative? Do we really need, all these different, different policies as code? No, and every time, and it's amazing because
we'll do this. Hey everyone, we're back here live at Platform Con Day in New York City. Glad you're joining us. If you're watching this, you're probably not here by definition. But through the beauty of virtual events, you could actually log on live to platformcon.com. That's a tough one. And join in all the fun. You get all the sessions that are here, plus all of the sessions that have been going on, and they've been going on all week. In the meantime, though, let me introduce you to our next guest. Her name is Camille Fournier. Fournier, yes.
Yep, you got it.
Got it right?
You got it, yep.
Camille is a multi-time author. Her newest book we're going to talk about in a second. But first, let's welcome her. Camille, welcome to the show. Thanks for being here on Techstrong TV with us.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about you, your background.
Sure, yeah. So I've been in tech for a long time, and I've been here in New York City for a long time. So I've had a tech career that spanned finance, startups, nonprofits even. So I've done a lot of different things. And I've also written a number of books. So I've been a CTO, I've been a leader. I wrote the book, The Manager's Path for O'Reilly. I edited the book, 97 Things Everyone Should Know About Engineering Management. That's a mouthful. And my most recent book is actually about platform engineering. So it's called Platform Engineering, a guide for technical, product, and people leaders. And it's also an O'Reilly book that I wrote with a co-author, Ian Noland.
I'm sorry, the co-author's name?
His name is Ian Noland.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, I guess it begs the question, what's a nice girl like you writing a platform engineering book for? What drove you to write it?
So first of all, I love platform engineering. So I've been doing it on and off. I would say that's kind of the technology area that I'm most passionate about. I worked on the Apache Zookeeper project as an open source contributor in one of my jobs. And I've always been interested in kind of that space of software, sort of downstack software development. Mm-hmm. And I've run several sort of platform engineering types of organizations. And so I started running these organizations about 2017. And at this time, people didn't talk about platform engineering that much. So it sort of became a trending term. And first it was like, Kubernetes is platform engineering. And more recently, it's like IDPs are platform engineering. So it sort of felt like platform engineering turned into more of like a vendor keyword search than an actual practice. But as someone who has done work in this space for a long time and run big teams in this space, I actually think that it's a way of working. It's a way of solving some of the really big problems that engineering teams have today, particularly at scale, where we just have a huge amount of complexity that software engineers are expected to navigate to get their jobs done. And I believe that platform engineering is one of the modern approach to helping to kind of manage that complexity. And so, I wrote this book with my co-author Ian, who we worked together at one of our jobs, and then he went and ran a big platform team at Datadog. And so we have a lot of working experience doing this. And the book is not about the technology specifics. The book is about all of the challenges that people have when you're actually trying to build and execute these teams. Because these types of teams and these projects are, I think, a little bit different than your average kind of application engineering space. They have a lot of their own nuances and complexity, and we wanted to make it possible for people to have kind of a reference for how to solve some of these problems.
You said a lot of things in there. Let me unpack a little bit.
Yeah.
So first of all, I got to tell you, you're the, third interview we've done today. I was interviewing a woman a little earlier. She's the SVP of Engineering at Temporal.
Okay.
Temporal,
Yep.
excuse me.
Yep.
Pretty. And said something very similar to what you said, which was, I've been managing platform engineering teams for 20 plus years. But yet, so I'm older than you, but you look out at the audience here, if you were to ask some of the younger folks at this audience, they'll say, oh, platform engineering's a new thing, right?
Yep.
It's, 3
Yep.
years old, 4 years old,
Yep.
whatever.
Yep.
How do we reconcile people who say, hey, I've been doing platform engineering, managing platform teams for 25 plus years. What are these people missing that?
Well, I do think that when you're young, you sometimes lack.
And I'm not banging on young people.
No. But I do think when you're young, sometimes you lack the perspective of having worked for a long time and seen that actually nothing is ever totally new under the sun, and things that seem new are often just rebrandings of old concepts. I mean,
Repackaging.
remember microservices, right?
Yeah,
It's not like people weren't doing services before. And yes, microservices have certain nuanced differences, but like in reality, building service,
we called it multi-threaded.
building these service-oriented systems was not a totally brand new concept,
No.
but everybody treated it like, oh my God, this massive innovation. I think right now, though, with platform engineering in particular, I really do think platform engineering is not a super new concept. I think the branding is new-ish. Like, I do think that the Kubernetes project really accelerated people thinking about platform engineering, and my theory is that it did that because Kubernetes actually enables you to really easily run multi-tenant infrastructure yourself. So even if you're not a cloud provider, it sort of allows you to think about, here's how we can kind of think about this sort of multi-tenancy and these plugins, and you can have lots of different teams really working in this sort of this particular type of way, which I think is just an interesting. It was an interesting technical evolution that it made it more more popular for more types of teams to think about and start to adopt. And of course, you have the cloud and all that other stuff as well. But sorry, that was a very bad explanation of
I get it.
Kubernetes. So apologies to the audience.
And to the original Google team, right?
To the original Google team, but they did something pretty unique that made it easier to build some more complex platform type software in an open source way without hitting all of the problems that your older open source software, like I said, I was an Apache Zookeeper contributor, right? Mm-hmm. One of the big challenges of running Zookeeper as a service was having lots of different teams using it and, causing each other problems, right? When one team would DDoS the entire company because of the way they were actually accessing that underlying open source, right? And so I actually think that this was one of the first major open source projects that started to think about and solve that problem. And that is actually pretty important for really thinking about platform engineering of the way we think about it today. So now, of course, though, I think the thing that bothers me most is actually Kubernetes popularizing platform engineering made it a little narrow, but I sort of got it. I'm not a big fan at all of IDPs as platform engineering. That feels like that's the latest vendor term.
Yeah, it is.
And I think that's way too shallow. I just think that is an even shallower way of looking at platforms.
So I have some views on this.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Yeah.
I think that that IDP is platform engineering comes right out of the developer as the alpha predator in the pack view of things.
True.
Right? That everything we do is to service the developer.
Yeah.
And so therefore we have this whole platform engineering and the platform engineering team here to make the developer a better top predator.
Yeah.
There's more to life than to organizations than the developers. Not to say they're not important, they are.
Yeah.
another thing you mentioned microservices.
Yeah.
To me, when I look at platforms and platform engineering, yes, Kubernetes, the orchestrator,
Yeah.
was a big piece of that.
Yeah.
There were other orchestrators,
There
right?
were.
Rancher and Docker Swarm
Yeah.
and Mesos.
Mesos.
Yep. And then actually the whole Docker container thing
Yeah.
itself, in my mind, was the progenitor
True.
that kind of ignited that
Yeah. Yeah.
this whole thing. So when I look at what we today call platform engineering, if you want to call all the other three things I spoke about cloud native, because that's what a lot of people,
Yeah.
it's just cloud native on top of what you've
Yeah.
been doing in platform. Or
Yeah.
one of my mentors, I sold my first company to him, and then he funded every company I ever
Ah.
did. It's my friend Brad Feld. Brad is a
yeah.
founder of Techstars.
Yeah.
He actually has a new book out, just came out this week, about mentoring of all things. But he always said, Alan, everything we do in tech is 99% evolutionary.
Yes.
There's
Yes.
very, very little revolutionary.
Completely agree.
And I think this is a perfect example.
It's so funny you say that. My talk today is going to talk about how platform teams support the evolution of organizations and their usage of, technology, and they're not revolutionaries. And
Right.
I think one of the mistakes we talk about in our book is building the V2 system, the second system effect, second system syndrome, old concept that every generation must rediscover and fail at multiple times in my experience. And so I've been speaking about that topic actually for a while in my career, and lately, we've been trying to talk about it in terms of platform teams. And one of the things we say is look, platform teams generally are made up of people who are very good at stabilizing and scaling and making software more usable and more efficient for more and more groups of people, which are really not the revolutionaries of your company, right? And so I actually think that one of the important things for platform engineers to recognize is we're not really revolutionaries. We are the evolutionary force. But if you do platform engineering well, you can keep an organization evolving successfully, which is incredibly hard.
Yes, it is.
At scale and for a long time. And I've worked at some big old companies with long timelines of software, and in those companies you really want to think about how do we make it easy for people to do the right new thing and to encourage movement into the new space,
Inertia.
right? Without saying, all right, we're killing all of this stuff here and you're just moving it all
Right.
tomorrow. It's like, let's evolve and not just try to sort of dictate these timelines.
I'm reminded one time I was talking with, he was at the time the new CTO of Hertz. This is around 2009, 10 maybe. And he said, Alan, we're moving to the cloud at Hertz. I said, oh, you're migrating? We're not migrating. So what do you mean you're not migrating? What are you doing? We're going with a clean start. We're just building from scratch.
Oh, good luck.
Cloud applications, and then as soon as they're ready, we're just turning off
Yep.
the data center ones and moving to that.
Yep.
I told him the same thing. Good luck. Of course, Hertz declared bankruptcy. He lost his job, and everything else happened, in the interim.
Yep.
Not a path to success.
No. Very, very difficult lift.
That's a juggling act.
Yeah.
But I know you haven't had a chance to really get out on the floor, and you're talking this afternoon. But initially, look, keeping in mind that this is only one of the in-person days of a full week of virtual sessions. What's the impression been?
I think it's great. Right now, it feels like AI has sucked the air out of every room and
Amen.
every conversation. And look, I'm interested in AI too, of course. We're all interested in it. But I love platforms. I think this is actually still a really important area for people to be thinking about and working on and learning how to do better and adopting within their companies. And I don't think AI is just going to magically make it that we don't need to understand how to build large systems and, do big engineering projects, which is a lot of what platform engineering is. So I'm really glad to see this energy here. I'm really glad to see, to know that there are so many viewers for the videos and the content that's created, at this event. I hope some of these people will buy my book because I think it's a pretty good book and it has a lot of good information in it. But I'm ready to talk about technology things that aren't just AI, and so I'm very excited to be here to do that.
We do a show every Monday to Friday, 5 days a week. Techstrong Gang. It's on every day at 9:30, and it's 3 segments per day. It's sort of The View meets Fox and Friends meets Morning Joe. So we get it's a bunch of pundits just talking.
Yeah.
It is so hard, so hard to just, because the AI sucks the oxygen out of every conversation.
Yep.
It seems. And like you, I play with it too. I think it's going to be huge. It's huge in media. It's huge in so much. But you're right. And it is good to have that here. So how can people get your book?
Yeah, well, you can buy it on Amazon. We have we are published by O'Reilly. So look at O'Reilly. If you have an O'Reilly Safari, sort of the online platform subscription, you can find it there. You buy it on Amazon, Kindle. I don't think the audiobook is out quite yet, but it should be coming out soon. And we are translated into a couple of different languages as well if you want it in non-English, and hopefully soon there'll be a few more. So, look for it wherever fine technology books are sold.
Your favorite bookseller. That's great, man. Camille, a pleasure. Thank you. It was great meeting you.
Lovely to meet you.
Camille Fournier. Did I get it right? Yes.
Got it right.
Author of the O'Reilly Platform Engineering book. Go check it out wherever you buy your books from. We're live at PlatformCon. We're going to be back here in a minute with more. Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel. We're back here live at PlatformCon Day in New York City. Of course, this is just the in-person day of a week-long virtual event that's going on. You could join it at platformcon.com. I forgot how many speakers and sessions there are, but there's a lot, and I encourage you to do so. Let me introduce you to our next guest. His name is Sylvain Calici,
Yes, you got this right.
a neighbor of mine from Fort Lauderdale. We're both up here in New York. Sylvain, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's nice to have you on here.
Thank you, Alan.
Not everyone watching this is going to know who you are. Tell them a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm a former software engineer, was an SRE for nearly 10 years. Then I was an entrepreneur, got in education, training software engineers. And now I'm heading the Rootly AI Labs. So for those who don't know, Rootly is an incident management and on-call platform. So we are competition to PagerDuty, which I think you probably heard of. So we help businesses to manage their incident, and we are used by small companies and large businesses like NVIDIA, Figma, Cisco, LinkedIn, and so on, right? So we help large company and their operation team to make sure that their incidents are handled smoothly. And my role at Rootly is to lead this AI Labs. The AI Lab is a community-led initiative where we work with team of fellows. So we have people who are tech leader in the industry. We have the head of platform engineering at Vemo, the former head of AI at Twilio, and research students. And we work with these folks to really understand what can AI bring to the world of readability. And it's applied AI, so we build prototypes, open source tools, we run research, and we write reports, and we share all of this open source on our GitHub with the community. So really the goal of this lab is like, how do you use AI for SREs or platform people?
Excellent. So this then probably is a good audience for you.
Yes, it is. It is.
You mentioned you were on a panel this morning.
Yeah, so we were on a panel with Google, ThoughtWorks, and NVIDIA. And the goal was really to discuss what's hype with AI and what's reality applied to platform engineering, right? Like, I think we hear a lot from the executive and CEOs from model providers who are selling AGI or fully autonomous system. I think we all agree that we are not there, and I think especially for practitioners, which I think today is a lot of practitioners, they really want to understand what's true, what's maybe not there yet, and how can they really apply this in their day-to-day job.
Yeah, Sylvain, I think one of the big problems, especially for practitioners, is every day it seems there's a new news story that some big tech company is doing a layoff. And they're laying people off because they're replacing them with AI.
Yeah.
I think as we sit here today, very few people are actually being replaced with AI.
Correct.
I think what it really is that these companies overhired during COVID and before.
Correct.
And they need to cut back. They have too many people. And rather than just saying that, they kind of blame it on AI.
Yeah.
And so AI gets this thing of, it's taking people's job.
Yeah.
New York State is now setting up a tracker. Jobs lost to AI. And so you talk about separating reality from the hype.
Yeah.
To me, that's a big issue here. Now, I'm not saying that AI may replace people's jobs someday. I'm not saying that AI can help us or cannot help us. To me, today, AI is more of a co-pilot than a pilot. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And so I wonder, now, on the other hand, I'm talking to you. You run an AI lab.
Yeah.
What do you see? What do you think?
Yeah, so, I think there are different types of AI labs. If you look at the large techs who are building these models. These are like more like researcher and PhD and people who are like building all these LLMs. At Rootly, we are really taking a different stand where it's like really applied AI. So we use this tool to see how we can empower current practitioners, augment themselves, do their job better and faster. And yeah, I agree with you. It's like any new technology or tools. Eventually, it may replace some jobs, but maybe it's for the good. Like let's say before electricity, you had people going in the street and lighting the candle, for street lighting. Like we don't use this anymore, but maybe that's a good thing. So, for instance, at Rootly, we are really focusing on incident management, right? That's what we are about. And what we found is that you can really use the AI to help operation team to spend less time on managing incidents, because that's not something you want to do, right? So I will share two main use cases where we saw how this technology can help. One of them is incident triage and filtering, right? You have all these alerts coming from a lot of tools, and you don't want human to be looking at this, right? So here, LLMs can do a great job at like helping to filter and cut through the noise. And the second thing is root cause analysis. So when you have an incident and you need to understand what's happening, what's wrong, a human may take 10 to 20 minutes to like gather all the graph, look at GitHub to see what were the last commit, maybe go on Slack and see what conversations there were perhaps on the project. With LLM, you can reduce this by like 80 to 90%. So instead of spending 10 to 20 minutes investigating an incident, it can be done in like 1 to 2 minutes.
And that's a factor of 10, right?
It is.
And I think that is, at least in the interim, that 10x is the goal.
It is.
Can AI 10x you?
Yes, and we've been speaking about this 10x engineer for
A long time. A long
it's
time.
finally coming.
Absolutely, absolutely. So and it's finally coming through. You know what we didn't mention? Rootly, what's the website?
So the rootly.com.
Rootly.com.
Yeah, and the platform helps you. Basically, we sit at the center of your incident response effort. So you connect all your monitoring and logging tools to our platform. So your Datadog and Sentry and Prometheus. And we will help your SRE team to orchestrate a response to that. So we will create for you a team or a Slack channel, spawn up a Google Meet or a Zoom room so people can share. And then we embedded a bunch of features that will help you to do the job faster. For instance, we have a bot that will listen to the conversation on Slack and audio, and then if someone joins an incident, you have a bot that you can ask, hey, what's happening? Can you give me an update? Once an incident is solved, you have to write a postmortem or incident report. No one likes to do this, so we automated this for you. So yeah, it's like basically when something breaks, SREs go to Rootly.
I love it. Sylvain, it was a quick 15 minutes.
It was quick indeed.
Thank you
Alan.
for telling us this. Maybe we'll get together in person in Lauderdale. Come into our studio.
Yeah, I'm down.
All righty.
Thank you.
We're live at PlatformCon. We've got a lot more coming your way. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. Hey everyone, we're back here live at PlatformCon Day in New York City. Again, a reminder, if you're watching this, you're probably not here, but you can go on to platformcon.com, register for the virtual event. It's been going on all week. I believe you can watch these sessions from earlier this week on demand. Go do that, do it right after you watch this. But for now, let me introduce you to what this is. I want to first introduce to my immediate left, Leah.
Hi,
Hi, Leah. Your last name, I'm sorry.
I'm Leah Rivers.
Leah Rivers, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's great to have you here.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
To my far left, James
Brookbank.
Brookbank. Easy names. Two easy names. Thank you. Thank you, parents. James, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Hey.
All right, let's jump into this. So, Leah, you are with Google.
Yes.
Tell us kind of your position. Give us a little bit of your journey, how you wound up here today at Google.
Sure. Well, I have a background in both computer science and anthropology. And so my career has been kind of a mix of really taking kind of the heart of really understanding from anthropology and the possibilities and technical insights of computer science and putting those together, really trying to help create technology systems that enable humans to keep getting better at getting better. So that's led me through working at cloud, in various cloud scale problems, other cloud providers, and startups, and eventually to Google, where I get to focus on leading product for Google's internal developer platform. Kind of a dream job.
That is, especially here at the Platform Engineering Con, that would be like, if we said, hey, who would like Leah's job, they'd be lined up from here to the end.
And today, James and I are here at PlatformCon, and we're kind of representing these are our personal thoughts in this conversation today, not on behalf of Google. Our formal talk is later.
I got to be honest with you, I've been in tech a long time, 35 years. I've been doing interviews like this for 12 years. You may be the first anthropology major I've interviewed.
Oh, I didn't quite get my anthropology major. I think I was one class away from actually, when it came down to computer science or anthropology, I had to go with the computer science.
You went with computer science,
Yeah.
Okay. I loved anthropology, I have to tell you. Look, I was a poli-sci history major, so what do I know?
Yeah.
And we all wind up here eventually. But that's a fantastic thing. So, how long has Google had a formal internal developer platform, if you know?
Well, I've only been at Google for 3 years, and it predates me.
It was well established.
So it was well established by the time I arrived. To the point where they're putting product leadership. My role is director of product. So it was established enough that you added a layer, product management capabilities to
formal
that.
product.
And in my experience, you don't put product management on a platform to help make it better. You put it on when it's really successful and you really want to amplify that success and accelerate.
Yeah, you have to have a certain level of maturity there.
Yeah.
Well before we had a cloud, right, in this scenario. And I guess just for context, right, so while Leah sits on the sort of core pieces and looks after those elements for the whole of Google, like myself, I look after a team like solution architecture where we only really worry about the cloud piece, and that sits as one of the customers for the overall, alongside YouTube and Waymo and all of the other cool things in that space. And for the cloud platform, that really is sort of 10 so years old, right, in its modern sort of the way it looks. And well before that, there was an existing platform within Google itself.
It's fascinating. If you ask most of the people here, they think of IDPs as rather a new thing, just like platform engineering is a new thing.
Right.
And it's almost always hosted, right?
Yeah.
But there's no reason it has to be. And quite frankly, I think in the case of Google, IDPs have been around a lot longer than, the in vogue platform engineering kind of.
It's been a long time since sort of Werner came out and said, you build it, you run it.
Right.
You know, that's 20 odd years now, right? But like, that was the era where platforms are being constructed at other hyperscalers, as you know. So, you know, a long time.
Yeah, it's like to take the anthropology lens on that for a minute. One of the effects I think we're seeing is like there's new vocabulary that comes out. We get better at understanding the core issues we're solving, the opportunities, and new language comes out. So the language of an internal developer platform or the meaning of platform engineering has sort of bubbled to the surface as the thing that we have in common and we can like get better at. But the concepts and what we're doing and how we're doing it, we've been working on those for decades.
Same things put together in new ways.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny as well because I obviously don't have a degree in anthropology, but my degree is in biochemistry. So it's a very strange sort of space that I think a lot of us get into. But you'll hear us talk about like things like ecosystems a lot for that same parlance. That like all those components are still fundamentally, well, some have evolved over the years, sure. But to extend that analogy, like the way the ecosystem works in this space is really what we're interested in. And some of that is very much terminology, and some of it we see, I think, talking to people today, like, hey, you're doing something new in an interesting way, but it's a way that you've recontextualized all of those components.
I get it. Kind of like carbon atoms, how easily they can combine with other elements and stuff.
So much
Very
stuff is
modular
made.
and composable.
Well, that's about all I know about chemistry, so I went with it.
You're technically correct.
Yeah? All right. Now, you guys are presenting here today, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
What are you presenting on?
You should say shift down.
Shift
I think that
down.
Shift down. All right. You know
To
what?
scale
Look
up,
at that camera.
shift
Tell
down.
me.
Yeah.
Scale
Shifting.
left.
Shift down. To
Scale
scale
up.
up, shift down.
All right. So that's a great catchy phrase.
Yeah.
It's a natural extension of shifting left. When we shift left, we move things earlier in the developer workflow. We help developers do things faster or more correctly. But we're not fundamentally changing the things that developers are responsible for. With platform engineering, we have the ability to systematically solve problems in the platform that need to be solved globally, so we can take it off the plate for developers, so they don't have to think about the implementation at all.
I think it's one of those things we talk about as well, because people are often like, well, aren't we doing that with DevOps? And I spend a lot of time, I work with the Dora team at Google, which does a lot of sort of DevOps research work, which is, I think very insightful in this, in that we've all got the same goals. We're all trying to achieve some of the same things in these areas. But, a lot of the things that we've tried to do in DevOps have worked effectively, almost so that it's become the standard in many areas. But sometimes when we've shifted some of those things left, we've become kind of overwhelmed. Like, there's so many topics, there's so many new things to tackle, so many security vulnerabilities every day. And that's overwhelming it's overwhelming me, right? I'm constantly having to deal with these new things. So, our sort of view, I think, in that space is we're not stopping the DevOps journey. Like, that's still a very normal and healthy thing. But at scale, we've got to do something to start pulling some of those capabilities down into the platform and stop overloading our development teams. And I think that's what the vision is in this space.
I agree with you. I think, James, what you just described is actually the reason for being of platform engineering as we understand it today. Yeah. Which I was talking about it, our last guest just wrote a book on platform engineering for O'Reilly. Oh. Camille Fournier, if you get a chance. She's also speaking this afternoon. Cool. I think one of the problems, and it was the problem with shift left, and let me preface all this. I'm the founder of DevOps.com. I'm a big DevOps fan, right? I've got 35 years in tech. I think DevOps is a great thing, and it really changed the way kind of we look at working together. The problem with shift left, which was fundamental in DevOps, is we've set up this religion that we pray to the developer God, who's the predator, alpha predator at the very top of our food chain, the orca of our food chain, and everyone else kind of exists to make that developer better. Yeah. But you just can't keep throwing it's not an omnipotent being. They're a developer. Putting more and more on their backs, eventually that camel's back breaks.
Yes.
And that's because it's a person, right? Like, I'm a developer. So when I
We're
go
all-
and ask from my internal platform teams, like, hey, I need these things, they're like, that's your responsibility now. I don't want that responsibility in some of these areas.
Developers want to develop. They don't,
Yeah.
I think that was a fundamental mistake where we said, hey, developer, you're responsible for developing your own platform, right? That's not the way I think it was supposed to work.
But,
You're disagreeing.
well,
No. Well, it's a necessary learning process along the way. We try, we learn. That's kind of the whole thing.
Thesis, antithesis, synthesis.
Yeah, and we get better at identifying the actual stable subproblem that we can solve. And if you we've built up a big practice around focusing on instrumenting and focusing and understanding that I'm doing the affinity loop here, the developer experience. We could have a blind spot or a streetlight effect around that because it's really understanding what they're up against in terms of scale, in terms of what we call quality attributes or non-functional requirements.
Yep.
These big challenges, and looking at where opportunities are to solve what they're up against on their behalf. And you have to look outside, you have to expand the frame beyond simply looking at how they're working. You fundamentally want to change how they're working by taking some of those tasks away.
Yeah. And I still want that freedom, right? Like, as a developer, I still want the freedom to operate. And that's why we can't go back. Like, the DevOps journey that we've been on, like, we can't go backwards into, now I just throw it over the wall. I want to have that optionality, but I want it with the comfort of being provided those quality attributes, being given those things as part of the platform. So, if I decide that, I think I need this new feature, and then suddenly it's not available from the platform, we're back at 20 years ago, right? So we have to go through that journey. We have to have that constant iterative process to that. And that's very DevOps itself.
Yeah, no, I preaching to the choir, right? So we run DevOps.com. We also run PlatformEngineering.com. And I don't think they're mutually exclusive at all. I think that's the continuum here that we live under, and one begot the other.
Yes.
But it is an infinity loop, to your point. We haven't mentioned AI. It's been I don't know 10 minutes. That's a record. How is that playing into Google's IDP? I mean, they're all about Gemini, right? That's all we're hearing. I see it every time now. How's this playing in?
I mean, I think there's an open talk track here. We've published, I think, some very obvious numbers in the past about how much code is being written internally by AI, right, in this scenario, in terms of our internal platforms. And that's getting to the sort of 20-30% rate. That's a huge amount of code being generated in those spaces, and that's done by our internal equivalent for Gemini. I think the distinction there is we want to do that in a very cautious way. We want to make sure that there is a human in the loop for almost all of these changes. And when we talk about how we embed those into our platforms, that's got to be done in a very conscious way. So that's already, I think, quite effective. And if you think about the history of Google, we've been using ML platforms for a very, very long time. And so, like, having those capabilities, using them, that's already happening today. So that's already changing, I think, what we're doing. But I think there's a lot of areas where it doesn't necessarily change what we need. I'm more and more dependent on the platform to provide all of those quality attributes for the model usage, right? So I've got even more platform dependencies and even more asks from the IDP.
But that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's like another way to look at it is platform engineering solves business problems, right? And so the goal, like the commercial goal of platform engineering in any organization is to maximize value with existing resources at acceptable quality with sustainable costs. And so our ability to work with the resources available and solve more and more complex problems just gets better and better and better, and AI significantly helps, but still that same goal that we're we're working towards.
Understood. So have you been here most of the day? I don't know if you logged on to the virtual event at all. What, the vibe here is high energy, certainly. I mean, it's not a huge venue, but it's packed. Mm-hmm. I heard London was even bigger. I don't know, were you there yesterday?
I wasn't. I'm from London originally, so I was missing out, but I think I'm too old now to try and do back-to-back.
Yeah, no, Luca Galanti from Humanitech from the platformengineering.org.
So,
he did. He was there yesterday and flew back. I said, unfortunately, we don't have the Concorde anymore.
Right.
You might have been able to do it easily.
Had a couple of colleagues there as well, and I think this was something where we weren't in person last year. We did like a watch party. I was in Austin, and there was a lot of demand, and I think that's surfaced today. Like there is a lot of demand here. I've been talking with a lot of people here. Some existing customers, some people who've never really heard of Google Cloud itself. I don't think anyone's not heard of Google, but like the Google Cloud pieces. And I think a lot of very interesting conversations around all of the topics inside platform engineering. But we've got away from the time of is this a thing? We've moved past that in this space. So everyone has come here for how do I solve this particular problem? How do I go tackle this particular area? And I think that enthusiasm that we for a while was like, oh, is this going to kind of fade? Or like it's really just matured.
I think it is maturing. We went through this in DevOps. I call it the what is DevOps phase. For the first 2 years of DevOps.com, every fifth article is what is DevOps? What is not DevOps? Right. And now we are doing that. We've moved past that. We've moved past that with platform.
Well, we've now still got to argue what's our own definitions of DevOps versus platform engineering. So we're getting there.
One of the things that I've really enjoyed in my conversations and being here with high energy today is whether you're building, at Google scale and supporting platforms at that scale, or you're building at a startup. When we start talking about the problems of platform engineering, we have the same problems.
They're pretty consistent, yeah.
And, they're social problems as much as they are technical problems. And kind of the thing you get to notice as you solve these problems over and over again is no matter how good you solve a particular problem, like if you're successful, you just have another problem.
Just get more of that
I
problem.
don't know if you ever read, the book, The Goal? Have you ever read The Goal?
Oh, yeah, The Goal.
Yeah.
So that was more manufacturing than tech per se, but that's the whole point.
Yeah.
As soon as you solve this bottleneck, there's a bottleneck behind it.
Yeah. And so we have lots
that's
of
business.
Yeah.
It's job security. Anyway, we are about out of time.
Okay.
Leah, James, thank you so much both for coming on. We do a podcast on platform engineering, actually Luca and I, called the Platform Engineering Show of all things. Love to have you guys come on one day. It's remote. We can't always get together in person. But we'd love to hear more about what Google and Google Cloud are doing around your IDP, around platform engineering.
Yep. More to come, right? We've got more to come, I think, in that space. There's a lot of things in preview at the moment, and sort of, I think just excited to be part of the platform engineering journey with the community.
Love it. We're live here at PlatformCon. Thank you very much to Google and Google Cloud, James and Leah.
Thank you.
We have more coming up in just a moment, so stand by. Hey everyone, we're back here live at PlatformCon Day in New York City, part of PlatformCon virtual event. Well, this isn't virtual, the rest of the event's virtual. But you know, the people you run into, so I'm standing online for lunch and I say, you know, that looks like Ian. But I'm trying to read his tag, but he's in front. So it's one of those parallel line lunch things and he's a little in front of me. But I don't want to skip the salad.
Of course not.
But I had to skip the salad to get a good angle. But then he saw me, he said, Alan. Anyway, let me introduce you to my friend Ian Amit. I know, if you knew Ian like I knew Ian. I first met Ian, I'll tell you when.
Yep.
I remember the very first B-Sides Las Vegas.
Correct. I remember you giving me a ride back.
Yes, I gave you a ride back, and you know, a butterfly flies on that side of the world. I was the, what the heck? The next year, as a result of that, I was the wrangler for sponsors.
Right.
And me and this guy, Gene Kim, was also on the board that year trying to help make B-Sides Las Vegas successful. And then Gene says, hey, you want to grab dinner tonight? And I went to dinner with Gene, and we had about 2 bottles of wine. And he says, I'm working on this book. I'll show you an early manuscript and tell you who are the characters based on. Well, that book was the Phoenix Project.
Of course.
And as a result of that, I started DevOps.com and everything else that's happened in my life in the last 12 years, 14 years.
Is thanks to me, basically.
Yes, thanks to you. You're the butterfly on the other side of the world that was flapping its wings. So, Ian, you're a well-known legend in the security business.
Right.
What are you doing here at Platform?
Great question. So, as you alluded to, my background is in security. That's where I grew up. That's where I spent over 25 years. Everything from a practitioner, hacking, pen testing, red teaming, you name it, I've probably done it in security twice and 3 times over. My last couple of roles were as a CISO.
Yes.
So, you just stick around for long enough, you end up at those positions. And guess what? The last 4 or 5 years of that kind of executive roles, I realized that one of the biggest problems that I've ran into, kind of speaking about the butterflies and DevOps and how it came around, we're filled with frustration. That security got to a point where we're really good at pointing out stuff and finding everything that's wrong and fixing some of it. But specifically in cloud environments, the frustration came to fruition when I realized, again, I have too much visibility, but I can't really do anything about it. When I'm trying to fix things, I run into a brick wall that's called DevOps. These guys are overworked, security is only one of their concerns.
Yep.
And, sliding into their schedule, kind of dripping a little bit of alerts and tasks just didn't, it's untenable. I'm finding more stuff that they can ever fix. And in the back of my mind, I'm still, hands-on. I'm like, look, this is an engineering problem. It's not even a security problem. These cloud environments are highly codified. Why can't we just automatically fix it? And I was looking around, no solutions. Everything around security was all about alerts and automating the process of pushing tickets. I was like, it doesn't matter. If you can, push more tickets, that's not going to solve the problem. You got to solve the bottleneck. And that's what led me to basically start this. So under that realization that, we got to shift truly left and fix the problem where it lives. And on the engineering side, I started Gombok, and that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're actually doing. So that's what I'm doing here.
Got it. We're going to dive more into that. I'm reminded when Still Secure is one of the companies I co-founded, right? So this is when we thought IDS was ready to go to IPS.
I remember that, yeah.
And to me, it was a no-brainer, right? Because the fact of the matter is, the average attack, I forget how many bits, but by the time it hit the firewall, it passed through that router, went to you, you had to make a decision.
Right.
It was over already. They were in, they were out, they were out, they were in, and it was done.
Yep.
If it was an obvious thing, and back then obvious things were like code red,
Right,
or those kinds of worms, why wouldn't you just block it? Why not just block?
You're walking into dangerous territory.
Yeah, no,
So
this is the problem.
This is my second startup. My first startup back in 2004
That's when this
was in that confluence of IDS versus IPS. Guess what we did? We realized that you had hundreds of rules enabled on the IDS. However, on the
6.
IPS, exactly 6.
I know.
And you know why?
I lived the same life.
Exactly, because there's no confidence, high rate of false positives.
Yeah.
And that startup back then was called Bfence. We literally sat on that precipice between IDS and IPS, validated their alerts so that we can deal with them on the IPS side.
Yeah.
Fast forward 20 years, we have the same situation now
It's the
in
same.
the cloud. I have hundreds of alerts from my CSPM and CNAP and all the fancy things that I can buy for a lot of money. A lot of them are false positives.
Still.
That's a big part of
And
that
the whole
lack of confidence.
desensitization.
Exactly.
And overworking the SOC worker. Except, as you mentioned, it's a little worse now in that it's not just confined to the security guy.
Correct.
We're pushing it
Now
on the
you're dealing
DevOps
with-
engineer. We're pushing it on the developer.
Correct.
Who doesn't necessarily want that aggravation. They just want to develop.
They want to, deploy stuff. Exactly.
So, is platform engineering the answer?
I don't know if it's the answer, but it's another milestone in in the journey. It started with DevOps, as you know, and then DevSecOps.
Right.
And platform engineering, the way that I see it, is just another step towards that correct direction. So we started DevOps, DevSecOps. PE is really where it's at these days, where everything is kind of embedded together, security and operations and the DORA metrics. And so yes, it's this
what
is
we
the
have
proof.
today.
This is the proof. I'm here. I'm meeting, my customers where they're at, not just with the product, where again, we started as a security product. We ended up being a DevOps product. Because,
Great. What a great story.
It is, because I had that understanding that, again, this is not a security problem. Security doesn't have a problem in the cloud. They can detect whatever they want. It's an engineering problem. It's a bandwidth problem. It's a knowledge gap problem.
Yeah. There's that, and there's also a scalability problem.
Exactly.
Right, which is, I think, look, we obviously run DevOps.com, but we also run PlatformEngineering.com.
Correct.
And because to me anyway, I saw it as as you scale up, that DevOps job mission becomes much, much harder. And you can't just say, oh, well, we'll shift left, we'll shift more left, we'll keep shifting left. Eventually you come to the precipice and I don't know, like the movie Wall Street, man looks in the precipice and that's when he knows he's a man, bud. But so you can't just shift left your way out of this. And to me, platform engineering is, instead of just putting it on a developer, instead of the security guy banging his head on the wall until his head or the wall gets soft.
Right.
Can we pre-game it? Can we pre-engineer it?
100%.
So that it is finally built in, not bolted on.
It is. And that's exactly the approach that we're taking. As I mentioned before, we're meeting our audience where they're at. Not just here physically in New York in platform engineering with our audience, the engineers, but also with the product. We don't open tickets. We're done with tickets.
The world has enough tickets.
The world's got enough tickets. We're opening PRs. Here's the fix. I did the work for you. By the way, I'm not taking your job. I did that work for you so that you can free yourself up to deal with architecture, with functionality.
The things you're supposed to do.
Exactly. The toil goes away. The knowledge gap gets closed in a PR. And even further left, in your IDE, as you develop, as you vibe code,
right,
and and get. And you know what? You ask, is platform engineering the answer? I'm not sure. You know what? Next up is going to be, this whole IAC thing, this whole deployment thing is going to move completely to the developer side because DevOps is going to go away.
Right.
Because it's fully democratized. You're going to have co-pilots and cursors and duos and things like that, generating the environment that the developer wants to support the application that they're building. But again, the problem right now with those Gen AI tools is that the environments they create aren't really grounded in reality. They're generative, and that's
they'll get better.
They'll get better. I agree.
Get better.
I agree. They'll get better, but as long as they're not deterministic,
right.
And this is what kind of we set ourselves apart. We're using deterministic AI rather than generative.
AI.
I know this is live, but we literally RTFM for the developer, for the engineer, based on the cloud documentation, based on the IAC, based on the security policies and the general DevOps policies, including FinOps, including optimization. We align those IAC platform, those IAC templates to what you actually need to accomplish, to the constraints.
And where does this live, Ian?
So this lives either in your IDE or in your Git pipelines, in your DevOps pipelines. Where it should live as a reviewer that produces those remediations.
And I mean, it's not like a person reviewing it. It's a process, automated.
It's a fully automated process. You don't have to wait for someone to review it. It gets done within seconds.
I love this.
All you have to do is, again, you can either vibe code it, or you can manually code it, or use your existing code. The second you introduce us, we come in, we review, and we provide those remediations, those fixes. Nothing is done automatically. So you still have full control, just like a DevOps architect should have. Someone, instead of it being a junior DevOps engineer, it's us, comes up with a PR, fully explained, fully reasoned, fully documented. Here's what we're doing, why we're doing it. Here's the gaps we're closing. Fully contextualized. Again, this is not template-based. This is not paved roads. As much as I love paved roads, we're paving the roads.
Right.
We're not forcing you to, you have to go, to get from here to here, you have to go from here to here to here to here to here. That's paved roads. I just want to go from A to B. We'll pave the road for you. We'll provide the specific code that supports what you're trying to accomplish with the combination of meeting all the security requirements, all the policies that your management set. Bam, there's the code. Review it. If you like it, merge it. Great. If you don't, make some modifications. That's it. As I said, we're meeting the engineers where they're at. No tickets.
What about scalability here?
Easy. We're operating at the code level.
So
That's it.
it's happening at its time.
Happening as
so there is no backlog. none of that
Exactly. There's
crap.
no backlog. I'm not bound by the scalability of your cloud platforms. Even better, at code, you can describe an environment using 5, 10 resources. That might show up as thousands of resources in your cloud environment. That's exactly the scalability. We're operating at the code level. We're making sure that that is done precisely and correctly so that your actual deployments are going to be precise and correct.
Let me ask another question here. It can live in my Git pipeline.
Correct.
Or as you say, in the IDE, depending what IDE I use, I guess.
Sure.
But is it sort of an agent that you're doing here and it's talking to your mothership out here? Is it?
To a degree, yes. So obviously we enforced or deploy the deterministic AI in a localized fashion on your end. And I can probably kind of preempt what you're asking. No, we don't really need your code. I'm not learning from it. This is a big difference between generative AI and deterministic AI. I don't need to learn from other people's mistake to push them into your code.
Right.
That's how vibe coding kind of works.
Yeah.
So yes, it does live in your localized environment, and yes, it does speak with the mothership. The mothership typically, provides the constraints. It provides the policies. So, if you're working for an organization that wants to meet NIST CSF or CIS benchmarks or AWS well architected, whatever policy it is, that lives in the mothership.
Okay.
That gets applied to your localized version of your code. That's where the fixes are being applied back to your Git environment. So yes, it is a SaaS product.
Right.
It's very lightweight. It is operating in sort of an agentic AI fashion, whereas it mimics the behavior of an agent, of a developer, and hence the integration.
We're almost out of time, but what's the website?
Website is gomboc.ai.
GOMBOC.AI.
We've just recently released a community edition. So
Oh, really?
yeah,
Okay, very
absolutely.
cool. Go check it out.
Go check it out. If you go to docs.gombox.ai, you'll see the community edition sign up. It's completely free. We don't ask for anything. No strings attached. The only limitation is that it only operates on Terraform code in GitHub. It's a GitHub app. So again, you can just deploy it, fix your code, experience it, and if you like it, we can keep talking.
I love it. Ian, it's
Alan,
a pleasure meeting
as
you
always,
here, man. It's
absolutely.
been too long.
I love the karma.
All right. Gomboc.ai.
Correct.
My friend Ian Amit's company. Check it out. We're live in New York. We'll be back in just a moment. So we're live in Hey everyone, I hope you've enjoyed our coverage over here today at our PlatformCon in-person live coverage. Everything we've done will be available on demand probably in a day or two, because even though we stream it live here, we do edit up the individual pieces when we put them up. And as usual, they'll be available on Techstrong.tv, Techstrong TV YouTube channel, Techstrong TV OTT app, which is iOS, Android, Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire. So do check that out. Let me introduce you to what I think is going to be our last guest of the day. His name is Ricky Zachary. Ricky, sometimes people call him Flash around here because he went from London to New York, appeared in both conferences. I think one of only 2 or 3 people who were at both.
Yes.
Have you done anything on the virtual side the rest of the week, or is that enough?
That was enough for me.
I hear
this
you.
PlatformCon, it was enough for me.
So Ricky, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's great to have you on here.
Nice to be here.
So
Really appreciate it.
besides globetrotting, tell us a little bit about your life journey.
Yeah, so I graduated from a school in Georgia. I graduated from school in Georgia. I'm from Atlanta, grew up there, and immediately started doing technology and engineering. So I worked at NCR doing point of sales terminal development, so working C, C++, those types of things. And then I only did that for a little bit because I had to go to Beaver Creek, Ohio, and as a Southerner, I couldn't survive that first winter.
No, that's a tough place for winter. They make good quarterbacks there, though.
Great quarterbacks, yes, of course. I did that for the 6 months, and then I actually went over to Northrop Grumman, a defense contractor, and I worked there for a little bit over 15 years, working in a bunch of different locations on a ton of different projects. Worked on COBOL programming, kicked COBOL at the Social Security Administration. And then near the end of my career there, really got focused on platform engineering, DevOps, on kind of automation, leading those types of teams, and then providing the best value to developers and developer experience from a developer experience standpoint. Then took a little bit of a break, and then now I'm at ThoughtWorks, and I've been there for about 4 years, doing a lot of different things, working with startups, working with large VC and PE firms, and now in my current role, I'm the global lead of platform engineering for ThoughtWorks, and so I get to travel around globally, talking to extremely large enterprises, mid-sized companies, small companies about platform engineering. How can we advance the craft? How can we help developers get the most value out of their platforms? And then just how can we do platform engineering better?
What a great gig that is, man.
It's the best. I get to talk about what I love, what I'm passionate about with some of the biggest companies in the world.
That's great, Ricky. Good for you. Good for you. It's a lot of fun. So how long have you been doing that at ThoughtWorks?
So I've been doing this this particular role, I've only been doing since November of last year. So formally since November of last year, and it's been a whirlwind so far.
Imagine. You know, because one of the themes we've kind of hit on today, speak to a lot of people out here, and you know, the term platform engineering may be new to them. Oh yeah, it's been around a couple of years. But I've interviewed people who've been managing platforms for 20, 25 years here today, right? Yeah. A few people. And, you know, so, you know what they say in technology, right? It's more evolutionary than revolutionary. And, you know, a lot of what we see today as best practices have evolved over the last 10, 20 more years. You know, but then you mix in fresh technology like AI and these kinds of things. So stuff is always fresh and changing, but it is based on like solid principles. Anyway, I know you spoke in London.
Yes, I did.
And here.
Yes.
So tell us what you spoke about.
So some of those foundational elements, actually. So I was on both a panel with Nikki Watts and Cornelia Davis from
Cornelia.
Yeah, Cornelia Davis.
She's a good friend of mine.
Yes.
I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Is she here or
no?
She was in London.
Okay. So the panel that we had was actually about what does great platform engineering look like. So we talked a lot about those foundational principles, the foundational elements, particularly beyond just the tech, right? The processes, product platform thinking, how do you organize your team so that your platform team is successful? A lot of those foundational elements are the things that we talked about, those foundational principles. And then I followed that up by doing one of the keynote talks there where I really dove into the changes that we've seen from 2018 when platform engineering really hit like the seminal moment in the kind of technology zeitgeist till now. And what are some of those, some of the things that have evolved,
right.
some of the things that have changed, really around the technology stack, which is extremely volatile, right? Kelsey in his keynote showed that CNCF diagram where there's like 400, 500 different technologies there, which makes it really difficult to manage. But then also the other things around measurement. How do you measure the impact of the platform engineering teams, the things that they're doing? And how do you organize the team in a successful way? How do you interact with the developers, right? Because you were mentioning, the evolution of platform engineering. At the heart, it was, hey, we want to do more for the developers. It started with automation. Okay, we'll automate some of these things. We'll script things out. And then that moved over to DevOps. And now to do DevOps at scale in a consistent way to really help developers in organizations of 1,000 or 2,000 or 20,000, you have to start thinking about platforms and platform engineering as an actual practice and a set of capabilities.
Yeah,
and that's
it's not just automation.
It's
though.
not
and
just
that's
automation.
something I want to re-emphasize.
Yep.
A lot of people say, oh yeah, we're going to sprinkle a little AI on it. It's going to automate stuff. And we made life easy on developers.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things. Number one, developers have achieved this apex predator in our food chain kind of space. And everything we do for them. Well, yes and no. Everything we do is to make our organizations better, more profitable, more efficient, more secure.
Yes, agreed.
Right? And, yes, developers are important, but they're not the only thing, number one. Number two, it really isn't about automating anything. I said I was on we do this Techstrong Gang show every Monday to Friday. I'm going to invite you on one day. You'd love to do this. It's a bunch of pundits just talking. One of the lessons I learned in my life in technology is just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Exactly. Yes.
And so there are some things that we really don't need AI on, or that we should not automate, right? And there are things we should.
Yes.
And knowing when to do or not to do is really a key piece of that.
That's interesting that you said that, because yesterday, prior to the panel that we did yesterday, the question was, okay, how much are we going to talk about AI? And we instinctively said, kind of eye roll, can we not talk about it that much? Mainly because we wanted to focus on those fundamental elements, because if you get those right and you do AI afterwards, you're going to get tremendous more impact on that than if you just are throwing AI at a random problem, just AI for AI's sake. I think we were calling it strategy by FOMO. Right?
Yeah.
Everyone's so afraid of missing out on the AI hype.
And it sucks the air out of every conversation as a result.
Exactly.
I get it. I believe me, I get it. We started a separate site called Techstrong.ai. I figured we'd move all the AI there so that we could talk about security and DevOps and platform engineering and all the stuff we cover on our other sites. And sometimes people are just oblivious.
Yeah.
And, we can't do that. But anyway, it still seeps into everything we do.
Yep.
So now let's get this. So you did your keynote,
I did
your
the keynote
panel.
yesterday. Today I did a panel.
You ran over to Heathrow.
Yep, ran over to Heathrow, took the Elizabeth line over to Heathrow, took a late night flight, got here in New York at about midnight last night, this morning, got a quick nap, and then showed up today and coincidentally led the panel on how AI is changing platform engineering.
Well, some things just go like that, right, man?
It seeps into everything. So, but led that panel with three incredible panelists that were there. Vikasha from Google, the CTO of Rootly, who I'm forgetting his name.
Sylvain?
Sylvain. He's French.
He lives in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, yeah, he does. We mentioned that. We talked about that. And then Aaron Copeland from NVIDIA.
Sure.
And the three of them did a wonderful job really shepherding me through what are some of the things that we should be thinking about as AI continues to seep into platform engineering, kind of really across 3 or 4 different dimensions. And so, yeah, that was a very eye-opening panel. For me, as someone that's talking about platform engineering all the time and talking about AI all the time with a lot of my clients through ThoughtWorks, it was a ton of extremely informative information that they were giving, and I learned a lot that I'm going to start taking back and talking to my clients about as well.
I love it. Hey, Ricky, that camera's on you.
Oh, yes.
People who are watching this live right now, they're not here. Why should they come to next year's Platform Engineering Show?
Oh, I would say if you're a platform engineer and you weren't here this year and you need to come next year because of 2 reasons in particular. One, this is really the only conference that I've seen and attended where actual platform engineers are talking to platform engineers. Any of the other conferences that are out there, it's a lot of data people talking to platform engineers and a lot of cloud people talking to platform engineers. And why that's important, this is the only area where we've got actual platform engineers talking to real platform engineers. And the second one is that it's the greatest platform engineering conference that's out there right now. So
absolutely,
those are the 2 really big reasons why they should be attending next year.
For people who want to follow you and what you're doing around platform engineering, what's the best thing to tell them to do?
They should follow me on LinkedIn. Just look up my name,
Ricky Zachary,
and they'll find me. I'm doing a ton of stuff on there. I'm putting out even more content about platform engineering, and subsequently, because it seeps into everything, AI and how we can kind of accelerate and mature the platform engineering practice with AI and platform.
I love it, man. Hey, thank you for all you're doing for the community.
Thank you so much for having me on the Techstrong.
You deserve a well-deserved rest, my friend.
I'm going to be trying to get some on Saturday.
All right, we'll see you then.
Yes.
I think that may wrap up our live coverage here at PlatformCon. Of course, the conversations will continue. Of course, you can also catch our platform engineering coverage on platformengineering.com. We do a great platform engineering show podcast with my friend Luca and I, and occasional webinars. Or on Techstrong TV, where we're talking about this stuff all the time. Ricky, thank you. Thank you for joining us. We're out. Take care, everyone.